Any recommendations?
We are recording and we are now broadcasting live on YouTube.
Any recommendations?
I think so.
Okay.
There were some times that we could not.
I'll be right.
So who's not here? Legal Max is not here. Saying he was not going to be attending this today.
I was
Jared's not here. Caitlin's not here.
the Hanford can.
Yes.
Yeah.
We have you listed as proxy. Chrissy, do you have something different?
Okay, yeah, that's what.
Hi.
And I don't know what the.
For some reason, my computer has decided that before I left the house, it wants a Microsoft Teams.
Yeah, use the power sheet.
Yes.
What are you going with?
I'm going to stay Yeah, it says sign in, but then I'm off.
Does anybody see my other way?
Hang on, let me see if I can get on
This
one.
one, I'm good, just like that.
I used to have- should theoretically. Yeah, it's asking for someone. Did you think I saw one? It won't let me offline.
What is it?
Not gonna eat the lunch yet.
I mean, if you want to donate bacon to anyone here, I'm sure they're gonna take it up.
Morgan, what
It
did
won't
they say
want to
about
sign
coming
in.
up?
You know what?
You'll be coming up in a few minutes.
Yeah, it's not gonna be.
I'll just have
We're not gonna
to expect.
Just so everybody knows, for those watching at home, we will not start the meeting
down.
until we have placed our orders for
Okay.
food. So please have your order ready so you can just fire it off to him when he comes up here.
Yes, sir.
I was gonna have it, dude.
Can somebody pass me a breakfast menu so that I can have my order ready and not look like an a-hole
Why?
any more than I.
So you can do the exact thing you just told us all to do?
Yeah. Actually, Michael.
This is
come
so
up here and
long.
sit next to John.
Okay,
Michael, here.
is it a personal account?
You may want to exchange it, but.
Why doesn't it know?
Pot short guy coming up right now. I'll be back. I'll take your buddy's orders. Is there anybody that wants anything other than coffee right
Yeah, what do you have, everything?
now? Coke products.
It's not, it just.
There's somewhere
it
over
didn't
there.
ask
Is that
me
enough?
password.
I can bring more. We
Yeah,
got
let's-
more. Don't order something.
I honestly don't know.
You want coffee?
Just to let you know.
Let me see if I can open them. Line them up.
I'll bring more up
It
here.
is.
I'll discuss.
We're not gonna switch meetings. We're gonna get some orders.
That's fine. I'm
Just gonna come by, we'll have some more.
Okay. Laura, here's the. Why am I here in the first
Line
place?
them up.
That's better.
Can you just send it to me if, just in case?
Well, don't tell me because we're recording.
Well, and it's also HR and I can't discuss that. So. All right.
Mr. Chairman, before we start the meeting, the good people of District 1 would like to have present a gift to our treasurer for his many years of service.
I move that Mr. Schultheis be required to wear that for the duration of the meeting.
Second.
Any objection other than Schultheis?
We're not calling to order, Mr. Chair.
It's been checked for years.
He's living
Can
waiting. How many
somebody,
years should I have?
bring me a copy and slide it down?
You wanted this, I mean.
We got
I
it.
want one.
See that hat?
Here, I'll give this to you.
Mr. Schultz.
Then you give me a card with some cream.
Just for the record, the key to winning Indiana is showing up at Pro.
He's gonna close out our first raffle with you.
Okay.
Because he has all the info for that.
Okay, what I am convinced.
This how's the whole show going?
Yes, like Colson thing.
The greatest festival in
finished
Indiana.
Probably this week, so.
Or not?
They're down there.
That is a good one.
Especially
It's just good because they're so.
It's just two shifts. VSM
The other one's over by the
numbers.
coffee.
Okay. So it's left.
I asked him to bring.
Hi, Lucy.
Same team.
More stuff. I asked him to bring more things.
Awesome, thank you.
Safe to
So he's
rotate.
currently.
How's it going?
His division is age group from the hot seat. And second with his other horse and ranch riding and 8th overall in the world.
Well done.
So in his individual
That's like the one thing.
divisions and then not too terrible for a limited. Right, let me get this.
So I will state that I went through the pains and troubles of making sure that this was properly scheduled, noticed, and that they reassured me that there would be plenty of staff today. And it was noted a couple of days on Facebook that the Antelope Club was looking for Saturday people to work Saturday day, because apparently the people who were supposed to be working today are no longer working today. So the gentleman who is in here, his name is Chris. He is the current board president who came in here specifically to run Saturday.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Things like Wawa.
The cream people, and we have cream.
A couple for future usage, please.
What?
Cream.
I judge all the.
Just give me
Okay, I
like 3
prefer
for
actually
future
having
use.
the greens and-
And then you need cream.
No, I don't know about that.
Good to know.
I like.
Good to know.
I like
Darker the better.
green and.
It's the military culture that's still left over. Drink your shit black or wash your mug. The rings and the mug will show your experience.
I'll look at her and you.
Do you need to look at this?
I'll look at both.
And folks, as
I don't know. I didn't really-
As I go around, if I can get your first and last names too, that way I know where everybody's going.
A classic breakfast.
Tell your name.
Look at you. You have a name first?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. 'Cause like I put
Classic
out
breakfast.
there
I just scanned that. I'm leaning towards breakfast.
and so
Thank you.
I got the breakfast.
And Rico and maybe-
Chuck
That's what I will do.
I'm still on.
Well, I'm
So I
this here, I mean, both kind of look.
Honestly,
was
I
really
don't know.
bad about checking the schedule.
Okay, same.
So I scheduled our district meeting.
Yeah, luckily he ended up talking to me on the phone.
It was too late to reschedule it though, 7 days, but
Yeah,
but it's on Zoom.
Can I have some cream and a sugar? I'm gonna drink some more.
that is something actually, everybody, that we need to add to the agenda today. Under new business, we need to add scheduling January,
Why do
February,
you need to buy?
and probably actually March.
You don't know what it did to me.
Okay,
Liz,
you can put my name
Make
down.
sure no
though.
trouble.
It doesn't matter either way.
yeah, Liz, COQUILLARD.
And I did receive proper notice on the
And I
process.
think we're gonna do the
I
2x4.
believe you.
Okay.
No question anyway. Not there.
Had I not, I would have said, sorry, it's not proper notice.
I believe you. I believe you.
You can work around that. It should be.
6 o'clock.
Somebody will take it.
I mean, I'm fully down to stay the night down here. I have to work till 4 tomorrow, so I have more than one.
I have already seen Dune. I watched it at home. It is amazing.
Okay.
You can't spoil a movie that has been in a book form
Yes, you
since the
can.
sixties, been in movie form since '84, and a mini-series since the nineties.
So is it pretty faithful? They don't do anything?
It's a lot, it's actually closer to the book than the original. In the spot, like when it happened, like 4 minutes before they stopped for part 1, because it's a 2-part.
Okay.
When they stopped part one, 4 minutes before, I was like, I know exactly where they're gonna stop. at part one, because it's the only logical spot to stop. But it's not, there really is no great, like, you don't have like a giant climax at the end. And so, you know, or like, so there's nowhere really thematically that's great. This is just a good spot to stop in that story to make you wait a year for the next one.
Well, then they tell you,
Yeah,
the line is.
yeah.
See, I watched the fee video of it. You ever watch Out of Frame? It's just some guy at fee, I forget his name, something Irish or Scottish, they're all the same to me.
Michelle is a non-voting board member.
And it seemed like there were some exciting ideas that could be explored there. He released it before it hit theaters, so it's just kind of like, here's the book, perspectively, here's where I could go with it.
Yeah, it was done really well.
That's what I loved about the ending, was that they tell you it's the, that, you know, if you're just, like you say, it's anticlimactic, but that just made it awesome.
I forget what the takeaway was that Evan was disinvited, so he couldn't really communicate with the rest of the class.
Because we should have a roll call with her. As a director, she's just non-voting.
Have you seen Halloween Kills yet?
Oh, yeah, I bought Peacock specifically so I could see it.
I heard it.
It was not great. It wasn't, as a horror fanatic. It wasn't even the worst Halloween movie, but it was not great.
Okay. So what I've heard is this. The promo looked good.
This was actually the fastest. It really felt like it wasn't. But it did feel like it was definitely that same zone.
Yeah.
So that was good. I was worried about that because they did immediately stop the production. Production and the continuity was really well done.
I just watched the entire horse.
All right, thank you very much, folks. I'll get this right in for you. I've got no sweet.
It's an amazing movie.
Is everybody's order in?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you ready, Madam Secretary? Okay. It is 10:49. I'm Ed McMahon, Chair of the Libertarian Party of Indiana, and I call this meeting to order. Requesting all of the Zoom attendees to please stay muted until called on. I'm going to ask the secretary to call the roll.
Okay, Chair Evan,
Present.
Vice Chair,
Present.
Secretary, I'm here, finally, sorry. Treasurer Michael,
Present.
Political Director Jared. IT Director Chuck Hagerman.
Here.
Field Director Morgan Rigg.
Here.
Student Director Rosalind Cowell. District 1. Chuck.
Here.
District 2 Elizabeth.
Here.
District 3 Christie.
Present.
District 4 Dennis.
Present.
District 5 Greg Nolan is absent. I believe Lori Schillings is acting as proxy.
Here.
District 6 Luke Lomax. District 7 Kent Williams, Rico Gonzalez is acting as proxy. District 8 Jay Solomon, sorry. And District 9 Greg Herbst.
Here.
Communications, Michelle Holiday.
Here. Present.
Do you have guests in attendance?
Not yet. Okay, so guests.
We have our presidential candidate, Dr. Joe Jorgensen, and Morgan County Chair, Danny London. Those are going to be the only, those are the only guests. Appointment of timekeeper, Mr. Rigg, will you be the timekeeper?
I will.
Okay. Adoption of the agenda, would like to add onto this at item E under new business for 10 minutes. January through February SCC meeting schedule, January and February SCC schedule. Let's throw March in there as well. Actually, to have our second, since our SEC meeting for post-convention would be the 6th of March, we should probably have another March meeting towards the end of the month to recap the convention. And we won't have enough notice to schedule it at the SEC meeting post-convention, so we should probably do that now for today. Is there any objection to that amendment? Okay, hearing none, it's added to the agenda. All those in favor of the, are there any other additions or amendments to the agenda? Christie?
Could we add some time to discuss the CRM, and if there's anybody else that has interest in doing that hasn't really been able to explore?
How much time would you like to add on to that?
Maybe 15, 20 minutes.
15 minutes. I'm going to put that under new business as well. Is that okay, Christie?
Yep.
Okay. Is there any objection to that amendment? Okay, hearing none. Any other amendments? Chuck would like 15 seconds instead of, or 30 seconds instead of 0 minutes on the HR policy. All those in favor of passing the agenda as amended, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, nay. Okay, the agenda is adopted. I'm going to defer for just one second to give Joe Jorgensen, our presidential candidate from 2020. Hold on one second, Joe. I'm going to give her a couple of minutes to address everybody. Take it away, Dr. Jorgensen.
Well, good morning, and it's nice to see people who are pushing the movement on a Saturday morning when I know that you guys could do so many other things this morning. And I want to thank you so much. Evan told me that this deals with local candidates, and I want to tell you how much I appreciate that, because having been in the movement now for decades, when I first joined, pretty much everybody ran for national office, because decades ago we were much more philosophical in the party. And so all of the sexy topics were like the military and Social Security and healthcare, and nobody ran for local offices. And I've got to admit, I'm guilty of that as well. The lowest office I ever ran for was US House in 1992. So I really appreciate it when I see people doing things that I haven't done. And, you know, it's really important that we have candidates at the local level, because so many people in the country only hear about the Libertarian Party and only see a Libertarian when it's the presidential year. But I'm speaking of this as somebody who has a degree in psychology. People do have, there is truth to fear of the unknown. And so people are a little hesitant. They don't know anything about libertarians, except every 4 years, you know, a face pops up. But if they were to see somebody in their community actually doing good, it would take the fear of the unknown away, and people can say, wow, these are great people and they do a good job and they've got some good ideas. And then it takes away the hesitancy to either join the movement or vote for higher offices. So I want to thank you so much for everything you're doing, and I hope it's okay if I stick around for a while.
Absolutely. Thank you, Dr. Jorgensen.
Thank you.
There we go. Okay. Starting the time on chairs report.
We have 1 minute here. Go.
Okay. The last month has been pretty exceptional. We've had some incredible events that have garnered a lot of interest in the party. We've been also doing the digital mobile ads, which has grown, which I'll talk about a little bit later, but it's actually increased our contact database by 4,000 people. We've had new members join specifically from those ads. So that's been very successful. We just completed a regional training sponsored by the Libertarian Party of Indiana and the National Party. Several people in this room were in attendance. Actually, there are more people in this room that were there than not, so that's great. Indiana had the strongest showing of any state. We did have people come from outside of our region, Missouri, Illinois, and Washington State. Somebody came all the way from Washington State to come to our regional training event, which was pretty great. The costs for that were completely borne by the Libertarian Party of Indiana. And this is on the record and being broadcast because none of the other state chairs ponied up to support it. National is giving us $1,000. That was the deal. If we hosted it, they would give us $1,000. But the after party, the event itself, that was all ended up being paid by the LPIN. But I believe that it is money well spent for us to do that, regardless of what Michael Schulteis says. And I look forward to us doing it again in the future. None of those people will be coming to our convention to do training. The deal is they will do the regional training every other year. Every year that there is a national convention, they will be doing those events at the national convention. All of the people who came into the training also have full-time jobs for the Libertarian Party. This took them away from that to do all of the different regions. So they're only going to do it every other year. But it's something that we look forward to, and I hope that we decide to host it again. Actually, I don't want to host it again. The next one, I want it to go to another state so that we can show them what it looks like to support your region, because I guarantee the same number of people who came to this one in Indiana will go to the next one out of state, because that's what we do. So suck it, Ohio, Michigan, and Kentucky. So we've had some election integrity people that we've worked with. I actually sold the voter list again for another $5,000 to one of the election integrity groups. Full disclosure, it was a group called the Advance America Foundation of Indiana. Their parent group is on the SPLC hate group watch list. But that's fine, whatever, we'll take anybody's money. So, you know, it is what it is. But yeah, so there's a lot of interesting things going on, as we talked about at our last meeting. Those things are kind of moving forward a little bit. Nothing to report at this time, either publicly or in executive session. I will give a membership update in the membership drive section. So I think that is probably about it for my chair's report. We have had quite a few candidates that we've been talking to. A lot of people interested in running for the state house. So our numbers are moving up a little bit more. I wish that the political director would eventually show up for a damn meeting and get his report. But at the next meeting, I will be prepared to give that report with or without him. Michelle Holliday, who is on the line, is our new communications director. She's going to be giving a brief report, but I'm excited about the work that we're going to be doing with her over the next coming year. Also on the cocktail round in the back of the room are blank cards and envelopes, and there is instructions on there. If you have not done so yet, please fill out a card for Jeff Moore, who is away at active duty training with the Indiana National Guard. We are allowed to send him cards. By the way, they will be open and read. And if they are juicy enough, they will be read in front of his entire unit.
Get Jeff beat up.
Can we attach
I've seen this
beef
before.
jerky or something for them?
No gifts, no nothing, just the card in there. Don't be too bad. Don't get him kicked out of the military. But
You can put a picture in there, right?
I think so, yes.
Yeah, you can put pictures, newspaper clippings, if you have new physical clippings.
Condoms, lube.
Anthrax,
yeah.
don't do
No,
anthrax.
don't do
Do
it.
not.
Don't do a white powdery sense, please. Okay, so that's it for the chair's reports. Do I normally do it in that order? Secretary, treasurer, and vice chair?
I believe so.
Okay.
Just double check.
No, that's fine. Secretary's report.
Usually that's the order we do. Obviously I've been absent. Really sorry. The last meeting, I apologize. I really wanted to be for the regional training. We were in South Dakota. So if anybody's on Facebook, they would have seen that trip. Sorry, I apologize. It was a failed trip from spring break that I brought back to life, and it almost didn't happen because my mom's currently in the hospital with COVID and ICU. My aunt died that same weekend, and I thought a ceiling joist had broke in my project house, but it didn't, thankfully. And that's how I left. Literally the Thursday, the next Friday, I left with all that on my plate. So, yeah. So other than that, I don't have anything else to report. I will get caught up, I promise.
So the previous two meetings are up on Zoom.
I will get
Or
those
not Zoom,
caught up.
on YouTube, if you can get those meetings. I need to get with you about the executive session because that was not recorded and not broadcast.
Yeah, no, it's on
Yes, I
it.
do.
Okay.
So I need you to have a copy of that. That will not be publicly disseminated. It needs to be kept in order.
Right, I need it in my files, but not up on Google.
Yes,
Yes.
Are there any questions for the secretary? No, I forgot to ask if you guys had questions for me. Hearing no, we'll take a couple of minutes. Does anybody have any questions for the chair? What the hell, why not? Okay, moving on, Mr. Schulteis, treasurer's report.
Across all of our accounts, we currently have a balance of $59,190.03. Available balance, including some of our accounts payable, is $56,940.03. As with previous meetings, I do not have our accounts payable fully up to date. We do have some pre-authorized expenses, so we cannot spend up to our current available balance. But we do have a healthy balance as long as we don't spend a considerable amount of money.
What?
We have paid the deposit for the 2022 convention. I've not seen the 2023 convention yet. We already paid for the training from last week, and we've sent abbreviated reimbursement to Mr. Goldstein for the party. He is giving a portion of that as an in-kind contribution.
Did we send the full reimbursement request to Robert Kraus for the $1,000 for the event plus the cost of shipping materials back? Have we done that yet?
Not yet. I'll be doing that shortly.
Here is the $495 deposit check stub for the Simply Serve catering.
Okay.
Which was officially today. I'll be putting the check in the mail on Monday with the signed contract. Questions, I think it was all about the training. We do need to make sure that I will send you, it'll probably like 12:30 in the morning on November 1st. We must get the transfer to them for the triple membership immediately.
Okay.
Like stay awake and do it type of immediately.
Yeah. As long as we get it done before 5 p.m. it'll go the next day.
Okay. Well, so the report will come, it's an automatic report that I get and that Robert Kraus gets, and it's like I think it actually processes at like 12:10 a.m.
Okay.
And then like if we can get it within the, right after that, that would be amazing because that's the deal we have for them to count the triple members towards our delegate allotment. So we need to make sure that happens for everyone. Ms. Avery, you have a question for the treasurer?
Just a couple. The September $4,099 expense for social media, is that for the digital ads
Yes.
or whatever you're talking
Yes.
about? And October event expenses, 2033, that's for the training,
Yes,
but then that will go down when we get money back from national.
We should get, that was just the training, that wasn't was that the party as well?
I believe it's the party as well.
Okay, so it's already reduced by 300, plus it'll be reduced another 1,000 for the reimbursement from national.
And then is there a set schedule that you're gonna have to send out triple membership payments to the county
It'll be the 5th of every month,
every month?
Because when we send the report to national on the 1st, I want to have a couple of days to process that, make sure everything worked out okay. And then cut those checks to the counties for their new triple members.
Okay, the Bird just reported this week that they got theirs.
Okay. Do district reps, please do check with all of your active counties to see if they received their check and if they deposited it. I am a jerk and I handed Mr. Schulteis a stack of check stubs and said, figure it out, buddy. So it'd be helpful if you checked in with your counties. And if they didn't receive one, and they should have, let us know. If they didn't receive one, remind them what the triple membership program is and that they should be pushing it, especially right now, until the 31st.
Are these checks sent to the treasurers?
They were actually sent to the chairs because the contact information for a lot of the treasurers is inaccurate. And I knew that most of the information for the chairs was accurate. So we sent it to them, with one exception being Wells County actually went to the treasurer because the chair was no longer going to be the chair. And
Is it
it
the old treasurer or the new treasurer?
was the old treasurer, but he's fine.
Okay, have to make an exception for Allen County maybe too.
I just need to make sure that the information is updated and is accurate. And if that's the case, I mean, there's actually a couple of counties that don't even have a treasurer listed in the CRM.
When were these checks, when were they mailed?
Correct, at least.
It was up towards the 1st of October.
Oh, well, that's all my shares.
Okay. Lawrence County received theirs because Darren actually was serving papers at the house next door to my house and came out and we saw each other and yeah, I got it. I'm the chair, I can do what I want. Are there any other questions for Mr. Schulteis? Time is up on this matter, so do you need us to move to extend?
Just by 1 minute.
1 minute. Any objection? Time's extended by 1 minute. The shows.
What are the procedures if those checks were not received? Like they were lost in the mail?
Tell Mr. Schulteis.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay. Next item is the vice chair report. Ms. Brenton.
Yes, ready to go. So I was also going to report on the amazing regional training that we had. National hit it out of the park. I thought everything was extremely well done. Every bit of that training was valuable. I was in the leadership track, wish I could have been in the candidate track at the same time, since I'll be helping candidates. But I was pleased that I didn't feel like I'd wasted my time or gas to get up there. I was also pleased, as Evan was, to see that there were people from multiple states very disappointed in the state chairs for not ponying up. That is definitely not an example that we're going to follow. We will pony up because that's the way Indiana is. We do that next time. I want to put a special thank you out to Sam for handling the pizza and the beer. He seems to always be centered around the food, and I appreciate that. The other things that I've been doing this month, as always, working with other leaders throughout the state in other groups like the medical freedom groups. I'm also reaching out to leaders that are doing, the school board things, the Second Amendment things, trying to find who are our people in there and then recruit them into running for office. So first converting them to libertarianism and then recruiting them. As we're all aware, the big goal is to have every single office have a candidate. So that's what I've been doing, as always. Any questions, or I yield my time?
Any questions for the vice chair? Nope, no questions, Lucy.
All right, see you guys next month.
Okay, reports from directors. Communications is our new communications director, Michelle. Hold on one second. You're muted, Michelle.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, great. All right, let me turn this off here. Okay, first of all, I'm Michelle Holliday. Nice to meet all of you. Of course, you probably already know who I am. I am honored, I am thrilled, I am happy to be with you. I'm excited for what's coming up in especially the election of 2022. We are going to put the Secretary of State's seat in that seat because we have all the power to do it. We have a fantastic candidate, and we have the time really is now for change, both across Indiana and also across the country. I am going to be, excuse me, working with Evan very closely on newsletters, press releases. We're also going to be launching a new podcast. To Dr. Jorgensen's point, a lot of the situation is that most people across the state have heard of libertarians, but don't really know who they are, what they stand for, their history, where we're going, and so on and so forth. And since this is a conservative state with a very progressive bent, we are perfect for libertarianism. I don't know anyone that is against, you know, the healing powers of cannabis, and yet I don't know anyone in the state that wants to continue to ramp up the spending until we have nothing. So we are, I love the libertarian values, and we are going to focus upon that. We'll focus upon the elections coming up. Also, all of our officers, I'd love to interview all of you. Podcast will probably be about once a month. Between myself and Evan, we'll decide what's appropriate, when to bring it out. I'd love to start it probably before the end of the year, so that we can take advantage of the holiday season where we have all of the holiday, you know what I mean? So that when we email out our podcasts, we'll be able to spread them across the area and really utilize that good spirit. But anyway, as I mentioned, this is just going to be elevating visibility of the Libertarian Party of Indiana. And I would love every comment, suggestion, whether it's bad or good, feel free to email me at any time as I get to know all of you. Honestly, Evan's the only person I've met, so so this will be very new for me, but I'm very excited. And also Joe, I would love to interview you as one of our first interviews, just to kick off the season of who we are, who we've been, and where we're going. So if anybody has any questions for me, I would love to hear anything or answer anything.
Time has expired. Does anybody have any questions that we can move to extend if there are any questions? Okay, not at this time. All right, thank you, Michelle.
Sure.
Okay. Political director Jared Hall's not here, so I'll just say a couple of things. I've had a lot of county chairs reach out to me about local candidates as well as legislative candidates. I'm helping those county chairs answer those questions, and then also saying to them, please go to your district rep.
Guys, I'm just helping out, so I don't know who's got what.
We've got about.
This is go right here.
We have probably 5 to 10 emails, phone calls, messages from county chairs every single day. And that takes an hour to 3 hours out of my day to respond to each and every single one of them. I need them to go to you guys for those things, because a lot of it is repetitive stuff too. So we need to push them to come to you guys first. And if you guys have a question or problem, then I can answer it and work with you guys on that. Does that make sense? Everybody agree with that? Anybody disagree with that? I don't care. We do have Jackson County. I'm going to put this in the political director report since we don't have a development director. Jackson County will be holding its organizing convention on October 3rd.
I got one on the screen. That's what you're looking.
Wells County, which is in the 3rd district, actually had a special convention this past Monday to appoint entirely new officers. And one of them is Matt Yergler from Yergler's Barbecue is now the county chair in Wells County, and he's got a lot of great ideas. He's really gung ho. He's ready to hit the ground running on that.
You give me this information on Jackson County, that's something I should know about, I was unaware of.
Yeah. We appointed him at the last meeting.
Oh, that, I know they already had an organized convention.
Okay.
I want to be there.
Okay. I'll get with you on that, make sure you get that info. Any questions for the political director that's not here? Okay, hearing none.
When's he gonna show up?
It's a damn good question.
Valid question.
Field director, Mr. Hagerman.
What?
Mr. Rigg.
Thanks.
Mr. Rigg. Would you like to speak on that today?
Well, I was a little lost. I've been absent a couple days, but.
If I'm the IT director, God help us. Thank you, Mr. Schultz. I mean, Mr. McCann. And then you, timekeeper. Got 3 items.
Hold on, Mr. Rigg. We're gonna take an unofficial 3-minute break to let the food get handed out, because it's entirely too noisy in here right now.
It's like me and
I'm
my
not
kids.
gunning for your job.
But somebody told me yesterday.
They should have just pointed and said you.
It's bad enough you call me Mr. Morgan. Now you're calling me the IT director.
Yes.
Okay, all right, I just wanted to make sure.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Well, that's quite a coincidence, so do I.
Okay, unofficial break over. We'll probably take another one because I see half the room hasn't received food yet. Okay, Mr. Ray, you can start your clock over.
Okay. You're gonna have to give me a minute here. I'm at the mercy of the timekeeper. Okay. And here we go. Okay, I got 3 items here. One having to do with volunteers. I was notified that since our last meeting, we have 2 new volunteers. I was able to make contact with one of them. I reached out to the other, haven't received a response. A little bit baffling about the second one because I looked at his residency information. He's listed as being from Denver. So I'm not quite sure if there was a goof up or what, but I still reached out to him anyway. I didn't get a response.
I can actually answer that question.
Okay.
He has been contacting us about supporting some cannabis thing in Colorado.
Mm-hmm.
And it took me a minute after I sent you that email of his volunteer information. I remembered who he was. He actually came to our site and filled out the volunteer information. He's in Colorado. He's not interested in actually volunteering in Indiana. He's wanting us to partner with some weird cannabis thing in Colorado. So ignore it. I'm sorry I sent it to you.
Not a problem, no problem. Second item is Super Saturday. I've been keeping in touch with those involved and setting up those events for districts 1 and 2. I've sent all updates, additional information to the chair. Although I will say I'm not sure there's one additional item. I know the nonprofit that district is involved in District 2. It's called Dustin's Place. I don't know if you're familiar with that yet. So, but yeah, Liz and Ty Shipley, they have the information on that. And then last, of course, is the Region 3 training. I also attended that. I was there for the affiliate leadership portion of the training. I found that information invaluable, especially in terms of how to run state and local affiliates. Very, very helpful discussion. And that is all I have for my report. Does anyone have any questions or comments?
Yeah, would you be able to set up some training on e-canvasser? I have a county that would like to do a dry run of that before elections start.
I would need to learn more about e-canvasser. I'm not familiar with that as an administrator.
That is a Jared Hall. Jared Hall was the trainer for that, and he is
So who
available.
would I ask to be helpful?
You would ask me to make Jared Hall do it.
Okay.
So Danny Lundy can also do it.
Oh, Danny's helpful.
Morgan County is currently doing a survey in Morgan County. If you'd like to send some people up, we'd be happy to train them and put them to work.
Sure. What are you doing?
Huh?
What is that?
I actually have people working right now.
Oh, well.
Yeah, so you just let us know when you can come up, and we'll make sure we're there.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, we're doing it the next couple of weeks, though. It's gonna be a short one. It's just a quick survey.
Okay,
Awesome.
thank you, Mr. Lundy. Mr. Brigg, do you have any information from the 7th district on theirs?
No, I have not. I also will, I haven't reached out to Kent.
I would talk to Kent and Rico about their event to make sure that it's on schedule and that they have finally picked a charity for December.
Okay. I'd like to extend for 1 minute to make a quick comment.
Any objection? Hearing none, go ahead.
All right, thanks. Just want to take the opportunity to welcome Michelle to the Libertarian Party of Indiana. We're very thankful to have you here, and we may look dysfunctional, but don't you worry. We are very much like a family here. So welcome aboard. Glad to have you here.
Oh, thank you so much. I wasn't sure. I probably went too long, said too much, you know, but it's communications. Thank you so much. I'm thrilled to be here, you guys.
I'm going to zero out the time for students, other than to say that that was a failure for the beginning of the year. We did not get that up and running. I'm going to have another conversation with Rosalind and then look towards finding some other solution so that this is taken care of before summer, so that it can be up and running for fall of next year. What I have been told is that while we could do it the beginning of next semester, it is pointless to do it because all of the stuff that promotes and highlights a new organization is all done during the first 2 weeks of orientation. That's what you told me. Don't give me that.
I said semester.
Right.
Fall semester.
Right.
Yeah, so they do another one in the spring.
But you told me it was worthless.
No, I said it was worthless to do it past that date in a semester.
Okay.
So yeah, if we can get something up and running by the spring, I can make it happen down in Southern Indiana.
Okay. I'm not committing to that.
Okay. Well, the information's out there.
Because I timed it out to basically have it done over the summer if need be, or before the summer if need be.
It's after the spring, I can't help it.
Right. Well, maybe.
Oh.
Okay.
What are these two?
IT director, Mr. Hagerman.
So we hosted the Libertarian Fall Kickoff at Shea Hagerman, and that was a great event, and you know, it was great to see everybody. And then I had the audacity to take 2 weeks to go cruising, and so I haven't done much. About the only other thing I've gotten done this month is to get back to updating Civi with Wild Top. So that's the end of my report. Do we have questions, or do we want to wait until the?
I'm going to comment on that as well to say that there was a major server migration done. They moved all of the data from one server to another server in Texas, which is why I got saddled with doing the CRM training for Kent Molman at the regional affiliate training. It was done quickly. It was done efficiently. The freeze is over, and we need to just add the registration link for the convention to the website, the main page. It does work now. That link isn't in there, so you can't buy the tickets yet, but the link is live. That makes sense. You could go and buy a ticket today if you had the direct link to the registration page, which you don't. I'm actually having a weekly check-in with Andy from National now. We've scheduled a half-hour weekly check-in with a couple of state chairs. From that, I pointed out there were a couple of issues, one of them being something crazy is going on. If you log in and change anything in your profile and you are not a state admin, if you are a regional or county level admin, county level user, if you change your information, like change your password, it will reset your access to the CRM to 0. If that happens, please send an email to Chuck Hagerman asking him to fix it. We've also noticed that county chairs can't see call next. So they're looking into figuring out why that is. But a couple of the other errors and problems that we were having were all fixed as of Friday. So a lot of stuff has been updated. Some of the searching is actually a lot easier now. And so we're probably going to do a training video on how to do some of the searching. We created some reports that I'm going to talk about in the membership drive that can really help you out. We've added some new dashlets so that you can see. Rico actually did something with me sometime this week. Him and Paul Copeland did some training on how to access who to call for that. Who had the question? Michael had a comment.
You've already covered it.
I covered it. Okay, cool. Any questions about anything that was just said during the IT portion?
Just a minute, my email is tech@lpin.org, area one. You need it.
Or if your name is Evan, it's IT.
Okay, district reports. District 1, Mr. Poland.
The only thing we have to report right now is we've solidified our plans for us for Saturday. I'll give it more again, make sure that all the events are shared properly, hosted properly. Apparently, the group that we planned on working with didn't want Libertarians volunteering with them, so we found a different group. So we'll do the food distribution from 7 to 10:30, and then we're going to have basically like a meet and greet at a local family restaurant from 11 to 1.
Sorry, this is in the morning.
Yeah.
Okay, just wanted to.
Yeah, and we'll go over all that stuff. They're creating the events now. Let's make sure they're shared. So I know instead of sharing with LPIN, I think you shared it with you and I personally, and we're just kind of looking at how they got shared and hosted. So I'll make sure that all that's done.
Real quick, I just want to add in for everybody. If you send us details, if you actually email me or Chuck, either one, if you email us details on your event and perhaps a graphic, we will add it to the lpin.org website as well.
What is Chuck's email again?
tech@lpin.org. It works the other way too.
Thanks, Michael.
But that way we can actually get it up on the website, because I do want to start utilizing that more. All of our SCC meetings are currently on the LPIN website under the events calendar. And it does have the agenda on there as well.
Question.
Ms. Saber.
When we send in director's reports or district reports, will that appear there too, or those will be emailed out to everybody? How does that work? And theoretically, if we send them to you on time.
If they're sent to me on time, they go into the minutes. They don't necessarily get reported out. But one of the things that I do want to do is I want to create an SCC meeting page that has the video link, the original agenda, and then the minutes that would include the reports from the directors.
Any questions, comments, or concerns for District 1? Hearing none. It was a slicer accident before you asked.
I didn't even notice it.
Okay. The dangers of eating home.
District 2, Ms. Kokolar.
District 2's been busy. I know a lot of you know about what's going on in Bourbon, and I'm going to be talking about that later. So I will move on to, we are doing this Super Saturday in November in Marshall County. Details are still being hashed out with a nonprofit. We're just waiting. They were going to vote on whether they would allow us to partner with them. We're thinking like a coat and food drive. So all of that will be hashed out very shortly, and we'll get the event stuff and everything. We also had member me attend the regional training. It was amazing, and we learned so much. And so I really suggest that next time it's offered that everybody comes, and also that you can donate directly to the regional training if you like it. So just make the donation national, put it in the notes, regional training. And then from the regional training, we just came out, pumped up. And so we're working on district organization. I've gotten with the county chairs to kind of plan a tentative calendar for the whole year. Any local event, community event, anything that we want to do, city council meetings, zoning board meetings, school board meetings. We're compiling that into a like a master calendar. So that is going to be due by December 1st, as best as possible. We're all using the same app and everything. So we're organizing, and also cost fiasco is being included because of the redistricting taking effect after the convention. So we're just, doing it now to get it all organized.
Dealer.
Time.
And that's it. Any questions?
District 3, Ms. Avery.
We recently had some turnover in Wells County. We got a complete new slate of officers in Wells County, and I think some of them are from your please barbecue joint, right? Okay. I was completely unaware of this until after I saw it posted on Facebook after the fact, so. I've reached out to all the officers. I have not heard back yet. Parks, of course. Our elected Libertarian City Council person in New Haven, during the budget discussions, suggested that the city councilors did not need a raise this year, very bravely. Actually, 2 other people voted for that with him, but it wasn't enough to make it go through. So he tried to not get a raise, but he got a raise anyway. There were several of us that attended the training. I'll count Casiaco in there. And that's about it. Any questions?
Christy, it's Lucy. I have a question for you. More like a suggestion. When is the next I-69 corridor event, and can we have it at Yerby's Barbecue?
That is a great idea. We suggested a location in Fort Wayne, and no one really expressed much interest. I don't know that Yerby's is really along the 69 corridor, but
It's about 15 miles off, so we're fudging it.
all right. Well, we'll put that up for discussion. Thank you.
All right. District 4, Mr. Beatty.
So, not much to report right now. I will be reaching out to the rest of the counties to find out about, whether they got the checks or not. We did receive those for Putnam County. We're getting those taken care of. Otherwise, I'm going to also be reaching out and finding out if there's anything going on. We still haven't heard from anybody yet, so pushing on that. I also need to get with you on the CRM training because personal issues have kind of gotten away from that, but trying to get that back on the schedule. So I'll get with you on that next week or two. And that's about it.
Any questions for Mr. Beatty? Okay, hearing none. District 5, Ms. Schillings is Greg Nolan's proxy.
District 5 did attend, a lot of people attended the regional training, which I personally thought was really good. I enjoyed it a lot because we had a lot of training about things that I didn't know as much about as I should have as a fairly new chair. CRM access was explained. That was very much appreciated. And hopefully a lot of people can take advantage of that when they can get access. That'll be really helpful. We did have a Super Saturday event. We worked with feedingteam.org where we went and cleaned and stocked pantries for this completely voluntary organization. I just really enjoyed the event. I thought it worked out really well for us for Super Saturday, and they reached out and gave us publicity. We didn't go ahead and seek that because it was a voluntary thing. And I think we got some traction with some people in the area. That's all I have.
Mr. Schultz.
I have something to note. As of late last month, we're no longer using Mr. Spangle's storage locker, and we have placed the items that were in the locker at Mr. Nolan's house in Anderson, Indiana.
Oh, I have one more thing, I'm sorry. Hamilton County did not receive those checks, by the way. I just wanted to let you know. So
Okay.
I'll have to get with Michael Schultz about what to do about that.
Yep. He can also do an ACH for you. If you have that capability with your bank.
We might.
So actually just ask him to look up the check number in the stack of checks and stuff that I gave him, and ask him to ACH that amount to you. Which for your county is just the triple number. For the new counties, it was $100 that was sent by Marion County. Libertarian Party of Marion County gave $100 startup for all of the new counties. You didn't get that because you ain't new.
Yep.
But you did get, I think, the highest triple membership payment in the state. It was either you or Marion County.
We would like to have that.
District 6, Mr. Lomax is not here. District 7, Rico Gonzalez as the proxy for Kent Williams.
District 7 is moving on multiple fronts right now. We're in about our 6th or 7th month of straight, consecutive, consistent meeting. We are hosting our Halloween outreach event in Irvington on the 30th. If anybody is around, it's supposed to be an absolutely huge event. We'll have our candidates there. And hopefully a representative from Mr. Moore's campaign too. It's from 10 to 4, the 30th, that's Saturday. We've invested quite a bit of our funds into making sure that we essentially win the event. We want all the little kids to be making sure that they pull their parents over. Prospectively, we can be doing up to maybe 250 political quizzes. That's our soft goal for that day. That's what we think we can do with enough people. Region 7 also sent representatives to regional training, albeit for just the first day of it. I thought it was extremely valuable. It reassured and reaffirmed everything that I was doing already with the other county executives. It just helped me know that I'm on a good path. And the advice that I was getting from people like Evan McMahon, Danny Lundy, Lori Schillings was valuable and worth listening to. So if anybody has any sort of stress, I definitely suggest talking to any one of those three and handling their county ventures. 2 of our representatives also had CRM training. We'll be looking to get newsletters out to our memberships very soon, and also reaching out to more contacts with email blasts and events. Lastly, our December Super Saturday event, we feel is a really unique and big opportunity. Christmas just completely lends itself to outreach and charitable giving. So with that being said, we should be finalizing what we're going to be doing in November meeting. Actually, the first Monday of November, it'll be here at 7 o'clock that night. Other than that, all I would like to say is if Dr. Jo Jorgensen is listening, it was incredible meeting her at Evan McMahon's birthday party. I didn't want to geek out on her there. But her
And by the way, I'm sorry to interrupt. Yes, I am listening. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, I didn't want to geek on you, but your campaign was the reason that I joined the party.
Oh, I'm so glad to hear that. Thank you for that.
That is all.
Just a point of information, I will be meeting next week with Dan Dockich, who was a basketball, right? He was a sports ball coach, assistant coach at IU. He is interested in running for mayor of Indianapolis, and he stated he is not liked. He stated publicly that he is not liked by either the Republicans or Democrats. So we are going to have a meeting next week to discuss libertarian, the things that we see as a concern in Indianapolis and what the libertarian solutions to those concerns would be to see if he lines up with them. After that meeting, I'll be making an introduction to the county.
Cool.
And I got that meeting all by myself. I had to ask the Godfather at first for help, and then he was like, well, I don't know. And then I ended up getting a response from Mr. Dockich directly, so.
He coaches the sport with the orange bounce ball, not the brown throw ball.
Thank you, thank you.
You spoke to Bob tonight.
District 8, Mr. Sullivan.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. We're still having an event, at least one every weekend. So I won't recap all of them. I only have 2 minutes, but I do want to give a special shout out to our organizing Owen County. They've really hit the ground running, and they organized a really successful protest, which is why we weren't able to really have much representation at all at the regional training. Very successful, got some media presence, and Rachel Combs has announced that she intends to seek the county council seat for her district. And announcing that at the protest and at the county council meeting did get her a phone call from the IBJ. So definitely got some attention on that one. That district, really low voter count. We're talking 1,500 votes total last cycle. So we're, win number of 750, 800 maybe. Very, very doable for a county council. I don't quite have anything to report on this next item, but just a slight preview. There may be an opportunity for a party member to fill a midterm vacancy on a town council. And on that, I kind of want to hit on Dr. Jorgensen's point. We have been very philosophical as a movement. Definitely reach out to your county chairs, tell them to tell their members, start attending local government meetings. Libertarian philosophy is not a magic 8-ball that tells you everything about policy. It doesn't tell you much about sewer maintenance or how to fill potholes or affordable housing initiatives, the real nuts and bolts of local government. That's something that you just have to see up front and get involved with. And just being a face in your community that has known those officials brings these opportunities around. Circling back to Owen County, he did actually, Dustin Combs, our temp chair, did message me right after we called to order. They have decided to hold their organizing convention on Thursday, December 9th at 7 p.m. in Spitzer, Indiana. And I can get that information to you as soon as they're finished.
Yeah, because you guys actually have a decent number of members in that county that need to be physically notified.
Yep.
So December 9th, Owen County, go see. Any questions for Mr. Solomon? Okay, hearing none. District 9, Mr. Hirsch.
Okay, I'll start with Clark County. We're doing our food pantry today. Of course, I'm here, they're there. Russell's gonna, what happened business meeting today for Clark County. We hadn't done one in a while, but since I'm here, we're gonna do that tomorrow at our headquarters. Basically, Russell set up an online store, which is trying to get kicked off to try to raise some funds. For Clark County, we have an office we pay rent for every month. If we don't get enough donations, that means the county treasurer pays the damn rent. I mean, it gets paid every month. Absolutely. Let's move on here in Jackson County. Apparently they have an organized division on October 30th. We appointed the temporary chair at our last meeting. Of course, I was out of the loop on this organized division, but I will certainly be there. The history of Jackson County, it was organized, it was quite active for a while. Aaron Davis was the chair, but she moved to Virginia. Steve Buffington was the chair after that, but he moved out of the county and then it kind of fell apart. So I'm glad to see that it's going to get going again. That's a very good thing. Lawrence County is going to have their county convention, the first, or at their next meeting Lawrence County had their next meeting on November 9th. I bet Washington County have their county convention. They're not meeting again until January, the second Tuesday. The second Thursday in January, they're going to have their county convention.
The second Thursday?
Thursday, yes. Yes. That always do their monthly meetings on the second Thursday. So that one will be their county convention. I mentioned this at the last meeting. Lawrence County had a parade on the same day we had our last meeting. They did the permissive, or whatever how you pronounce it, the parade. And Tanya Mills, who's going to run for Congress again, had a confrontation at the parade with Trey Hollingsworth, who's the current congressional member of Congress from District 9. Kind of, well, and she ripped him a second ass pretty much. Basically, he's pretty much a cowardly weasel and all that, and she's going to come against him hard during our next campaign next year. Time for that.
I'm going to interrupt for a second. If you hear Tanya Millis talking to people, especially libertarians, and she doesn't inform them that she was the highest vote getter for a libertarian in a 3-way congressional race in 2020, stop her and bring it up. She feels like she shouldn't, that's bragging, and that she shouldn't do that. And I told her that is not bragging. That is telling people the success you've already had and why they should invest in your new venture so that it can be even more successful. So if you hear her not doing that, please kick her in the butt and tell her to do it.
I have another minute. I want to move the.
Yes, without objection, move the minute.
Okay, anyway, we had quite a great turnout at the training last weekend with the 9th district. I was quite pleased with that. Then, let's see, Johnson County had their last meetup this past Tuesday. They're gonna do their elections November 16th. The 9th district is gonna change radically with the redistricting. We're gonna be losing both Johnson and Morgan County, which would be sad, but we're also picking up a bunch of counties out east. Anyway, our Morgan County chair is here now. You want to speak on Morgan County, Danny?
Sure. We've had a lot of goals this year. We're gonna get toward the end of the year, we're knocking some of those out of the park. We just launched our new website. It includes a monthly donation feature. Feel free to check that out. We've got an online store. So far this year, we've raised about $4,500. I expect that to go over 5,000 by the end of the year. And because we hit all of our outreach goals this year, probably getting more than 150 contacts over 6 different tabling events, and some other outreach things. We're gonna have a volunteer appreciation party on the 30th, probably at my house. Our county convention is set for Saturday, January 8th at the Martinsville branch of the Morgan County Library at 2 p.m.
Time. That was January 8th.
Yep.
Please make sure we have that information for all conventions, things like that, so that we can put them on the website.
And of course, I can talk all day about Morgan County. So.
Nope. Chair does not recognize those in attendance to speak. Any questions for Mr. Hirsch? Okay, hearing none. Do you guys want to do the 2022 convention now, or do you want to take a 10-minute break?
Break.
Okay. We're going to take a 10-minute break, and then we'll come back to the next agenda item. So we are in recess for 10 minutes. Come back at 11:58.
Bacon or sausage? It's right
Dave's
there.
like, what the fuck kind of questions to have?
Run.
First.
Yeah, also, I was. You don't need to ask Mark Rutherford if you like more bacon.
Oh, I know that. There's never enough bacon to go around in the chat party. I know that.
Every convention. We always tell them. If you think there's enough bacon, make more.
Yeah.
And then they're always
Danny,
shocked when we eat all the
There's some
bacon.
bacon.
What?
Do you want that?
I mean,
Just wave it past him, he'll grab it on the way back.
yeah. I don't know whose that is. I got.
It's fine.
She was giving it away.
Hey, scissors over that already.
I didn't munch on it.
Fine, you had a little stir.
Hey, I see that you spelled Michelle without an E at the end. Is this you?
No, it does have an E at the end.
Okay.
That, can you fix that on your record? Right?
Yeah, but I'll make myself a note to add our convention to the website. It's already on Facebook. That way you don't have to do it.
Yeah. Oh, you're fine.
So,
I just wanted to make sure, because I had it to be on the website.
Yeah, it does have an E at the end of it.
Probably subconsciously already fixed it.
Cassie and I kind of wanted to do that project, but I wanted to run it by you first. We kind of want to steal a page from nationals. And-
Oh, I'm good with it, whatever it is, steal it, take credit for it, it was yours, so I can take credit.
Okay, because I want to do a how-to for dummies, for affiliates and candidates for, like the Indiana, you know?
So it's been a project, Morgan County has a binder. And we have not utilized our, we have 2 things that haven't been utilized. One of them is a project management tool that's supposed to be set up so that every county can have its own planning space for projects, then as a region, then as a state party. The other thing is we have a training platform that's like master classes. We just haven't been able to put the content into it and open it up for membership to use. But when we do that, that will be free for all officers, volunteers, every member of the Libertarian Party of Indiana, but we will also make it available for other states to use for a fee. So if you want to take the master class on how to be a better county party than Morgan County, it's going to cost you $50.
Nice.
So let's loop in together on that, because I have some ideas on, because I mean, I used to do the county development for the LNCC
Yeah.
and travel around the country. it's one of those things that I just need help with other people
Right,
helping
yeah.
to put stuff together. Does that make sense?
Mhm.
Okay.
Shoot me an email and remind me to send you the packet
Okay,
I've been
thank you.
sending to other counties.
He won't do it.
I will send it to Evan.
Well, yeah, like, I'd like to do something like that, and then also offer like district training, like a district training, like evening, where, you
Absolutely.
know.
And I am willing to come to anything like that, a district, if you guys put on a district event, district training, I'll make Lucy drive me there.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
we'll get there and do it.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't even have to be, you know, the state officers or like, if just like, you know, a chair from an established successful county would come and do chair training for
Yeah.
all the chairs.
Yeah, or treasurer training.
Yeah, exactly. And
So
if we
we
could
did
do it all in
schedule
one
training.
night, I don't even care who it is, as long as like you've got the, you know,
Yep.
the skills and the knowledge to pass on, but we definitely have a space to put it, like, put a decent training session together out
Yep.
there, so.
Evan, what was it, the training I promised I'd send you and forgot? Was it the job descriptions?
Job descriptions, the county affiliate stuff, and then.
Oh, like our onboarding binder?
Mhm.
Okay.
So Terry, I got some pictures of every page in your on board.
Send me everything. I have had requests for your spreadsheet
Which one?
that you showed in the treasurer meeting.
Oh, yeah, no, I did make a blank, so I can send it out to the few people who
If you
asked.
send that to me, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna turn that video. Can you send me the slide deck from that video too?
Your list is getting really long here.
Well, type it up, write it up, Danny. No, the reason why is because I'm gonna put that into an actual, one of the drip master
I
class
should probably just
sessions.
give you access to our county drive, because I change this stuff all the time.
Okay, that would be
But
handy.
then I feel like Evan would go in there and mess things up, you know what I mean?
I would never intentionally mess things up.
Just give them view only access.
No, you only, but not extra Evan. He just sees that it's there, but he can't open it or download it.
Evan, go look at my file and see our average.
Yeah, 'cause we.
Did you lowercase your name? You know what?
And I did it.
I
and
saw
I'm
you
like,
today.
I hope it's not after,
He's talking
when
about
there's
the
given that
bucket
change,
names
so it
and
won't
software.
actually
There's
work.
Asana, it's
Just
free.
a couple days ago, so I think.
It links to
Oh,
Google
good,
Drive.
'cause we did
Which is
just
helpful,
update to what I
right, like
got
it's
yesterday.
Messenger, Gmail and all.
Yeah,
Yesterday was-
yeah, I think it was Friday.
And thanks for getting my.
The tricky part.
No, no problem. Thanks for sending it to me.
But it will send them an email to remind them, hey,
So it's
meeting
looking
minutes
at
review,
this and
right?
this
Like,
way, then,
get those
so
done
that's
for the
great.
next meeting. you
Yeah,
know
I
what I mean?
did see it.
And you can
Here's-
see like
here's the
when they
funny
click
thing,
the
so I was
tab,
looking
it's
at
an
the triple
email.
members. And I saw you, but it didn't register in my head that it was fixed because somebody on the list
It's
is
super easy
all
to use.
caps.
Lauren.
Somebody
So I
else.
immediately went to that.
Good job.
So I didn't even,
Yeah, I'm
register.
a
Good job. Let's keep it that way. Did you fix it on your autofill?
I tried. But there's like.
File structures and.
I usually
Person
fix one of them and
structure all
then
day.
more. It's like,
The more people I got involved, the more. structure
What?
they need to be.
Tell me again, what offices have to be
Mhm.
nominated at state conventions? Does
I
anybody
really
not
don't
have
I
think
to-
had a good
Okay.
conversation with my boss yesterday.
Anything about countywide, so
He's
legislative,
he was a very
congressional,
hardcore
and
GOP
statewide.
conservative.
everything else will be
And
through
I
at the county
And
convention.
I've been talking to him, I mean, after work, went to the bar or whatever for a little bit, politics.
There's so many people there.
On this day, like last year. And
But yeah, that
yesterday,
weekend I did
was
the
sitting in
cooking
my car
that
waiting
destroyed
for
my
him
kids.
Wednesday night, and he
Man,
comes up to my
I'm
window
sorry.
and he's like,
Well, it was
"Why don't
mostly
you
a
have a
church.
conversation
What's
with
going
me?"
on?
Because I
Well,
got
good.
out,
Then
when he
take back your comment.
That was part of that, you know,
I don't even- I don't
church,
even
Libertarian
identify as
church.
Yeah,
public
oh, well, it all
figure.
adds up.
Yeah.
It's a
Oh,
whole-
really?
Right, but,
Right, and then we went on a cruise and something that was gonna make my mind a little.
He knows.
Well,
that
weekends
it's
are out,
working.
nobody
So they're just now starting to get back into
Nobody's
shape.
working for
And I
them.
can't do Thursday nights, because I'm fun.
Well, no, I don't think that's a big deal.
Yeah.
But I never know what
I'm
they're
afraid I don't
gonna
have that on
do.
the-
When I sit down and stand up, they make
And
me
I'll
perfect.
schedule it, kind of
She does the occasionally.
He's pointing at yours, I'll point. We're all pointing at each
Straight for position oriented.
You kind of have a-
I'm
trying to figure out how to do a bunch of posts for.
So I'll look around.
I
know, right?
He's-
They don't know.
He's
Or maybe
co-hosting
it's not
Chronicles.
us.
I guarantee you.
Great.
That's what we
Somebody
did.
voted.
So
You should be able to find out
The special
whether-
library
when
tends
you're
to close
doing
right
your
on that
math,
Friday,
it's
that's
There's a
it.
place for it to ask for.
Well, so if you co-host, can I co-host the event with other people, or is that the original?
It has to come from the original.
Because he can't figure out how to
It has
co-host
to
the
come
page.
from the original.
For some reason, he don't co-host the individual, that's what kind of figure out
He
why.
might not, has he not?
Hey, Brent has
liked
that
the
policy,
page?
but-
That I just shared the page with him, okay, I'll tell him
He
that.
hasn't liked
Well,
your
especially when
story.
it comes on.
And well, I just invited, we're trying to do Lake County and Antelope.
Index is good.
Make sure you like.
Years ago, she was like a hardcore Obama follower.
And you just have to
Talk to her
hope that
about
we approve it.
libertarians all the time. She's just like, yeah, just wrote them off, and then, you know, argue about it at work. And then she moves
No,
on
it's not,
to
I'm an
do,
admin,
and
so I'll
Mark
do it.
runs for mayor. He's doing it.
You're an admin of the
And she
LPIN?
comes
I
out,
need
she's
to,
like, hey, I'd like to donate
Oh,
to
that's
your
right.
campaign.
Well, don't worry,
He's
I
like,
don't-
"What? You?" She's
That's
like,
why
"I
I didn't know, because
I
I
know-
never do anything.
I know my role.
She's like,
We used to make fake Chuck and admin because it keeps getting banned from Facebook.
Well, no, I was gonna say, you're gonna get random request to admin from like some
I
stock
thought about all
photo.
those conversations we had.
So literally, my
That's
main
what I
page
realized.
can't stream right
You
now,
will
so I had
not
to create a
stop
second
until
Chuck
you
Pullen
take fucking
just to stream,
everything.
so my
Yeah,
clients
she's
all have a
hardcore.
different Chuck
Yeah.
Pullen. So he can't get banned.
That's
So I
what
got
you're
banned,
doing.
I got
You know,
banned
Mark
for
was
streaming
like,
for
"No,
90
like,
days
all
for
the
sharing
other
a Jeffrey
shit.
Dahmer Valentine's
Now
Day
you
in
get
5
your
years ago.
Titanic action.
Because that makes
These are one-
What's funny is
They've
I
gotta have
shared
that
the
one
same
thing
one
that
and
just
just
come
had
over
nothing
the
happen.
So like literally, it was like a chain of,
That I worked
Yes.
with, Facebook suspension.
I only
had a.
well,
I didn't have anything for years. and
I
then
got
started
dinged
getting-
for quoting Ms. Pat in the Ms. Pat fan group.
But I remember.
It boggles my mind. that
He
it's
was
never
like, I
I shared a thing the other day about how there's certain people that for whatever reason, that they
I
don't.
lost a lot of weight, but I think that's.
Threatening to shoot fake kids on his TV show.
It's just,
And I got
like,
suspended
you've seen, like, the manipulation.
for threatening. I'm like,
1 minute.
They're not even real
Just another
people.
party guy. Really, all he was just
Can I get
party
like
guy.
30 seconds?
How could I get in trouble for threatening? Sure. And it wasn't me
I just wanted
threatening.
to
it
talk
was
about the
pretty
open
nice
district they made in.
It was a similar thing.
Yeah.
I know so like last
Last
year.
year was killers, fake kids.
I thought
It was the other important thing I
I
really
was
wanted
like,
to.
gosh, probably take care of before I have job insecurity, so.
A reserve Congress champion takes
I,
his first
I swear I thought that was my phone.
I was like, well, actually, what do you-
Okay, it's 11:58, coming back to order. The chair would like to recognize Morgan County Chair Danny Lundy for 1 minute.
Just wanted to point out that there's a new district with the remapping, the redistricting in Mooresville, Plainfield, and kind of shades over to Johnson County a little bit. It's completely open. There's no incumbent. They're currently vetting a couple of candidates, hopefully for that. We've already been in contact with Henry County and Johnson County to coordinate on that race. So I just wanted to throw it out. That may be a big one. Hopefully we will require everyone's buy-in on next year. That was it.
Which district is that?
I think it's 57 is what it's called.
Thank you, Mr. Lundy. Going to move to the 2022 convention and going to recognize the vice chair for that. Go ahead, Ms. Britton. You have 15 minutes.
Well, I will not subject you all to 15 minutes of my blabbering, at least not today. I'm happy to report that both the hotel and forum have been signed along with the catering. So we have a, really good underpinning of what this convention is going to be. You can register now on the website. If you haven't done that already, please do so. And we do have a room block that's available for you at a discounted rate. So we'd appreciate it if you would go ahead and, you got to sleep someplace. Probably doesn't need to be on the street. So please go ahead and get registered for that. We have not started reaching out to vendors yet. We still need to get the vendor page up. And at that point, I'll start reaching out to vendors. Any of you who are business owners here in the Libertarian Party, please get with me and let's get your business advertised. There's some things that we want to do special to make sure that that happens for you. I'm still looking for suggestions for trainers. We will not be using the same training company we used this last year. So I would love to have some feedback about what sort of training you think is going to be valuable, what you feel like you're personally missing, and what you think the membership needs as far as training goes. As was mentioned earlier, the 2022 convention deposit has been paid, but not the 2023. We're going to get one knocked out of here at the park first. We're wanting to engage, and I've left messages to have the Broken Egg Cafe, the same people that did the 1994 Society Breakfast this last year, go ahead and cater it again at the same location, but that is not tied down yet. Evan, what would you like to add?
It's not actually on the website yet. It will be on there tomorrow.
Sorry, I thought it was released 2-3 days ago.
It just finally got fixed as of yesterday, but the link hasn't been added yet, so you can't actually get to the registration page yet.
I blame Andy since he's not here.
I blame him too. It actually, I mean, it's not Andy's fault, but it was a national issue. But it is now completely resolved. Basically what was happening was if you clicked on any of the registration packages, it would not, if you unchecked it, it would not deduct it from the total price. So as you kept clicking on stuff, it would just keep adding everything together.
What's the problem with that?
I mean, I'm good with it. People are gonna find they got like a $1,800 bill there. But so that is actually fixed now, so it can go live. I would like to mention that Mark Rutherford and Thrasher Bushman and Vogel have agreed to be a $2,500 sponsor. I am in talks to another organization and becoming another $2,500 sponsor. That is probably a done deal. Just need to get them to sign on the dotted line. And we'll have room, we'll have 13 vendor tables, I believe. So 10 of them will be available for purchase. The other 3 won't be, because 2 of them will go to our sponsors. 1 of them will be held in reserve for us, our needs, and then the other 10 will be available for purchase.
Do you know what the price is for the table?
What was the price last year for the table, Danny? Was it
Historically, it's been about $150.
Oh, okay. 500.
That don't change.
Sounds about right.
It'll
I think
be.
500 got your name on the selfie, you know.
That's true. Yeah.
Start at 500.
Everything will be a little bit more expensive than last year because there's like a 15% COVID supply chain Biden tax that goes into everything. So it'll be slightly more, but not much. Likewise, as we said at the last meeting, previous years, the early bird ticket was 160, it's 175 now. Both the dinner and any of the purchase tickets excluding virtual had a $15 increase. The 1994 Society Breakfast non-member ticket, because we did have non-members who paid the ticket price to come. It was actually Russell, his father came, and he was not a 94 Society member at the time. Last year they were $50. This year they are $65 apiece. So there is that little bit of a price increase. We are looking for speakers. Dr. Jo Jorgensen has already committed. She will be there in a speaking capacity. I know that Elizabeth is asking.
He's already taken.
Spike Cohen has decided he hates Indiana.
No,
He does not want to come. There has been a request made by several people that we asked Justin Amash to attend. I have reached out to his people. The last thing that I heard about Justin Amash was he asks for a $20,000 speaking fee. Just so everybody is aware, we do not pay that. We do not pay speaking fees. We will pay room and board and travel expenses, but we do not pay speaking fees. We never have, and we never will.
So if the people that are asking want to pass the hat,
If they can come up with
$20,000 needs to go
But
into a hat.
I did re-ask because things have changed since then, and he may not be charging a speaker's fee now, but so I have requested information about him coming. Other than that, if you have an idea for other speakers that you would like, we do have some speaker slots. We have the 94 Society Breakfast. I'm open. I mean, that's something that's decided by the chair, but I'm open to who that should be. We have the dinner banquet, we have the opening ceremony, and we also have Friday night. Friday night, I do envision that being, since we do have a contested US Senate race, I do anticipate that probably being the official debate for that race. But there's also going to be a chance we might be partnering with AF again. And during that period, we may also have a guest speaker as well, because it's a couple hours. It's like a 3 to 4 hour event Friday night. So open to those suggestions, not right now, please email them to me and the convention committee. I will say this though, our business meeting will be tight. We are going to have more candidates than we've ever had as a party before. And all of those candidates will be nominated at our state convention. So please do understand, we're not going to have 5 speakers at our state convention during the business meeting, because a lot of that time is going to be to deal with a couple of bylaws amendments, the new district maps, and nominating all of our candidates. So, bear that in mind. Is any objection to recognizing Mr. Lundy? Hearing none, Mr. Lundy?
We will be utilizing the digital voting again. That seems to save a lot of time.
Yes, we will. That was baked into our plan and into our budget. Mr. Pollak.
Let's also remember that while not as exciting, we do have the technology to do virtual presentations. So like we can get Mr. Mosh to, do 30 minutes of Zoom, we can accommodate that as well.
He did do that in New Hampshire. He did do that.
We'll send him $20 for that.
I do not object to spending $20 on a live virtual.
It's a good investment.
Yeah,
That's like less than $1 a minute. That's way better.
Any other questions about the status of the convention? Okay, seeing no questions, moving on, Mr. Schultz.
Not a question, but a statement. For the 2021 convention, we were unable to locate the branded backdrop that we had made. That was located when we moved out of Mr. Spangel's storage and is currently at Mr. Nolan's house. I believe it does have a past sponsor on it, but we could probably update that with a future sponsor.
Who was the past sponsor?
My Pet Carnival.
Which was, hold on, that is,
Paul and Suzanne.
they would probably sponsor again as well too. So that's something, we just need to ask them. Mr. Solomon.
Since we are going to be really tight with all of the candidates, is there thought been put into, or could we distribute some sort of like booklet of like, hey, here's everybody that's running, so you can just run through it real quick and know how you are before we get to the voting, so you don't have
That is
endless
actually,
questions.
So we have not done this in the past, but it is actually something that we're supposed to do, which is have candidate nomination applications that are filled out prior to the convention. If you go to lpin.org and you click on candidates, all of the current candidates are on there, which is Jeff Moore. And I think Tanya Millis is on there as well now. Both James Siniak and Will Henry, who are both seeking their nomination for US Senate, have not been on there yet because they're still working on campaign stuff that needs to be finished before they do. Once somebody submits an application, they go onto the website. We will be sending to all attendees. And by the way, just like last year, whether you are coming for the free business meeting or you are coming for the paid package, you must register ahead of time. Even for the free event, even for the business meeting. We still do technically have a capacity limit. Are we going to hit that capacity limit? Likely not. But we also need to be in the habit of people registering beforehand, not just showing up. So in that, if you are a registered attendee, you will get it sent to you beforehand.
Are candidates required to be in attendance for nomination?
No, they are not. I just need to know that they have accepted the nomination.
Okay.
So if you do a nomination from the floor, it will be pending. If we didn't have the nomination application beforehand, the nomination application handles that because it states that they're seeking our nomination. But if you were to nominate a candidate from the floor who had not submitted an application, it would be pending until we were able to verify that they, one, were eligible, two, accepted the nomination.
Okay, so to avoid all of that, just make sure all of my people submit their shit to the convention.
Yes.
Got it?
And remember, it is only for legislative and above. So if it's the state house, state senate, Congress, or statewide, that's it. That's the only people who are being nominated at the state convention. Everybody else is nominated at your county convention.
For unaffiliated counties?
Unaffiliated counties are different.
Well, so those will
Well, we're
still
not
need
gonna
to
have
be.
any unaffiliated counties, right?
Yeah, we will.
We're not gonna have many unaffiliated counties.
That's the key thing.
Bullet drop.
Yeah.
Game time, we're still doing good.
Yes, we want 92. That is a lofty goal. Are we going to hit 92 before the end of the year? No, we're not. We're not going to hit 92 before the end of by the convention. Do I think that we will have 92 before the 2022 election? Yes. 100%. Because we're already on track. We're already almost 2/3 of the state. So, Ms. Avery.
Just another comment about time constraints. We do have to nominate delegates to national.
Yes.
convention too.
Yes, we do.
My friends.
That I'm actually going to suggest that we do the exact same thing, that it be done ahead of time. And that it be loaded into crowd per, same as the award nominations, all of that being done ahead, so it's vote for yours. That will be submitted also significantly ahead of time to the delegates, to the registered attendees, asking them for nominations for both of those things prior to.
Also, attendance not required. We're trying to
Correct. Because you will have to be eligible, and by the way, remember, to be eligible to be a national delegate now, you must be a national party member.
By the convention or by the 31st?
October 31st. This
No.
month, no?
No, that determines our delegation
Oh.
allotments.
Oh.
I think it's open-ended, but you cannot be selected if you aren't eligible. So if you are not a national member by convention, then you can't be selected because
So
you
the
don't
week
meet the
before is
requirement.
fine, or-
Yes, yeah. There's a 20-day seasoning for state party members. So state party members, remember, you have to be a member in good standing 20 days beforehand. And what that means is if your membership lapses, you're not in good standing. So if on day 19 or 19 days before the state convention, your membership lapses, that's not in good standing. Or is Alyssa going to be a total tyrant about it? I don't know. She swings hot and cold. Sometimes she's horrible, sometimes she's really
Depends on
nice.
who you are and how you
Right,
treat me.
So maybe have an email go out to everybody
Yeah,
saying,
and remember, you do have to be a state party member to be a delegate to the state convention. And since that is enshrined in our bylaws, we won't be doing the whole thing of moving to allow everybody in the room to do it because it will take too long to confirm whether or not people are members or not. So, Mr. Hirsch, did you have a question?
Oh, I was gonna ask, do we have any idea of how soon we will receive, how many allotted bills we're gonna have for national next year?
I'm going to be talking about that in the membership drive information because there's some very interesting information that I'm going to be sharing regarding the fact that national can't seem to add and subtract.
That's hard.
Any other questions or comments about the 2022 convention? Hold on one second. Any questions from, I've had you, it's because it's your section. I was like, I've had her on the big screen the whole time. Any other questions or comments from any of the board members on the 2022 convention? Okay, Mr. Morgan, how much time do we have left on this item?
I do not know. I came in here after it started.
Sweet.
Mr. Riggs.
Zero.
Yeah. I thought as the timekeeper, I had all the time in the world.
Okay, Mr. Lundy, recognize you.
Just a quick point, maybe I missed it if you said it. Remember that we changed our bylaws last year, our delegate count was based on LPIN members, not LPIN plus national.
Correct. And also the SOS. It includes, so your delegation numbers for your counties is based off of the SOS numbers from 2018 and your state party members. Our national delegation is based off of presidential numbers plus how many BSM, bylaw sustaining members, which you just found something out crazy about that. Bylaw sustaining members determines how many delegates we get. Any other questions, comments? Okay, hearing none, we will move on to the next item on the agenda, which is the 2022 elections. Couple of things to note about the 2022 elections. We already talked about where candidates will be nominated. And we talked about the application process, which is what I was going to talk about, but thank you for that. Make sure your local candidates the candidates within your district are using the application. I will email out the link for that again so that everybody remembers and knows where it's at. Do some basic vetting beforehand. If you're talking to somebody, check to see what their membership status is. If they are not a member, remind them they need to be a member. Yes. It is not required within the law. It is required within our party. You must be a member. So do that basic vetting. Make sure they're in the CRM. If they're not in the CRM, add them to the CRM. Those of you who are at the training session for the regional training know how to do that. If you don't know how to do that, reach out to Chuck Hagerman at tech@lpin.org and he will walk you through doing that. If you have a large list of people who need to be added, talk to Chuck Hagerman about creating a spreadsheet so that he can add it for you, because we can upload that. But if it's less than 10, do it your damn self. When you have a candidate who is seeking the nomination, outside of just the candidate application, please do let me and Jared Hall, who is political director at LPIN.org. Let us know so that we can add them to the website as a candidate seeking the nomination, even if you don't want them nominated. Here's the deal. You are not, and the county chairs are not gatekeepers. It is your membership to decide. I just had somebody yesterday call and talk to me about a candidate, somebody who wants to run for office, and I said, you have to provide them all the information. You have to treat them the way you would anybody else. If they are a party member, that's thing number one. If they're a party member, then they get added to all the stuff. It is up to your members to decide whether or not they want them to be the candidate or not. We have the power to say no to that. If you really want that seat filled and you really don't like that person, recruit a better candidate. I've said that before, haven't I, Jay? Mm-hmm. And we got better candidates, didn't we, Jay?
We did. And thanks to our soundbite communist sympathizer state chair. Direct
Chinese puppet.
Chinese puppet.
Another thing about the county conventions, remember, they must have their delegate allotments to Alyssa as the secretary. The requirement is 14 days before the convention. Please ask them to have it in as soon as possible, because 14 days is rough.
Probably as soon as your convention's over.
Yeah, but if your convention is within the 14 days or outside the 14 days, that's fine. But if your convention is the 1st of January, please have it to Alyssa by the 5th of January. Just consider that record keeping.
How would you have your allotment if it's the 5th of January?
I mean, technically, it's December 31st is when we send out the allotment.
Really?
That's what the rules are.
That's what the rules are, but that's not.
Sorry about your luck. It actually, I mean, won't tell you what your allotment is before that, but if you have state party members after that, it does, I mean, that's what the allotment, we can do that. But December 31st is, if you are a member, whatever the membership count of your county is on December 31st, that's the allotment for your county. We can do it today, but then you don't,
No, I'm just
you know what I'm saying?
Just get them to sign up before the 30th.
Okay.
So your whatever your convention is, please try to get it as soon as possible. Your delegate listings, and by the way, you can also have alternates and stuff like that. But try to get that list as soon as possible to Alyssa.
They're usually pretty close to the year before, so unless you had like huge changes in membership that you're aware of, I would say, like, if you don't have the allotment, go with what you had last year and place some alternates on your list.
Or, you could go into Civi CRM and do a search for individuals within your county. And you search for membership type. And you search for 1994 Society Pledge, 1994 Society Annual, LPIN Annual, Lifetime, and Triple Member, and that will tell you who your members are. And you take that count.
And then subtract out all the duplicates.
There will be no duplicates.
I beg to
There will be
differ.
duplicates.
There should not be any duplicates.
I beg to differ.
There should be absolutely no duplicates.
There are many duplicates,
If there are duplicates, which.
depending on what type of member you are.
No,
Yes.
if you have
There
contacts
used to be.
selected up in the left-hand corner, then it will show each person one time, even if they have 5 memberships.
Contact selected where?
Upper left-hand corner. It's the very top thing. If you select memberships, then it will show every single membership type. So like you would be listed 3 times if you have membership selected in the upper left-hand corner.
So
If
you
you
have
have
to
contact,
select contacts and then separate it out by membership. And it'll only list each person one time.
yes.
Can anybody verify that that's actually true?
It is the way, yeah.
Because we just did it. I just did it with.
You're right, Christie, it was jacked up for a while.
Yes.
I was
Yes.
gonna say, it was working.
We've done a
Really
lot of
well.
work to get that working correctly, so it should be, the only reason why you should see somebody as a duplicate is if they have 2 different Civi CRM profiles and have created a membership under both. That does happen, and if you do see it, report it to Chuck.
Just a point of information, Jared is political at LPI.
Political director at LPIN. Yeah.
I shot him, but at political and. He gets back.
He might have set up a alias because I hate the fact that his email is political director at LPIN. Because it should be political.
Just like yours used to be development director.
Mine was only development.
Oh, I stand corrected. Now I learned something.
Because I insisted on it, because that is way too freaking long. Also, by the way, I don't know if we ever mentioned this, Michelle Holiday's email is comms with an S, COMS.
COMMS.
Just one.
Is it?
I spelled it correctly and added an alias because you don't know how to spell.
Emailing her as COMS. Okay,
And I
so
put
it's
an alias with the wrong one,
okay, so it's COMMS.
like communications.
He can't spell comms, he can't spell communications.
Yeah.
Hey, Evan.
Yes.
Hi, I just want to add something. Last night I did a little bit of an experiment, and because my profile says COMMS,
Yeah.
but the email is COMS, which I don't know how that's happening, but I did an experiment. If you send something to COMMS at LPIN.org, it goes somewhere, but not to me.
Okay.
But it is a successful email, but if you send it to COMS at LPIN.org, it does come to me. So it's very strange, but my profile and login is the COMMS. So
I will ask you and Michael to get together and for
okay,
Michael to figure out what he
just
did.
letting everyone know it does go somewhere, but it's not me if it's a double M.
So that's her email. One of those, pick one. Maybe it'll get there, maybe it won't. Michael will have it fixed by tonight, won't he, Michael?
It's already fixed. We'll have to see what's going on.
Okay. And another thing to note for your county chairs, for them to remember that, Christie, you're
Yes.
listening, this is important.
Yes.
7 candidates got kicked off the ballot last year from what I'm about to say.
Chair issue, so hopefully. that won't
Yes.
happen this year.
But I'm telling you the thing that your counties need to know as well. When your counties have their conventions, do not adjourn the convention, recess it. Recess it to a date in June. That way you can fill vacancies. Once a county adjourns its meeting, they cannot fill a vacancy.
Is the state party also like this?
No, we can fill our vacancies at any time.
Okay, this is just a county.
This is just a county level thing, and we're it's only minor parties that have these problems. There's also another requirement that will require us to hold a meeting with 14 days notice to the state to let them know that we're holding a meeting to fill the vacancies on behalf of the county parties. Yeah, it's bullshit.
Are you trying to tell me that there are different rules for different parties?
I know, it's crazy.
Ridiculous.
Yes.
And then you have to, again, meet at that date.
To adjourn the
To
part,
adjourn.
yes.
Is June the filing deadline?
It's, the filing deadline is in May. The vacancy deadline is in June. There's a different filing, there's a different deadline.
Well, if you,
I know, Cupcake.
if you decide in June you want to be a candidate, but your filing deadline was a month ago, then what are you
We
doing?
can fill the vacancy. It's the vacancy deadline is in June. So we can, if we find somebody, we can then fill the vacancy.
But they can't file if the deadline is. a
Yes, they
month
can,
before.
because we're filing it for them.
Okay, an individual candidate cannot. Okay,
Yeah,
cool.
yeah.
Got it. Now I'm following.
We, there's a form that we fill to nominate the candidate and everything that the candidate will need for. We file that and it's the same. It's as good. Also, this will be told to, what, it might not be the 24, I can't remember what the numbers are. We're gonna extend by 2 minutes without objection. The other important thing to remember, this will be sent out by me and maybe possibly a political director to all of the candidates. They need to have all of their paperwork filled out. They also need to have their economic interest forms filled out, because then those immediately get taken to the House or Senate where they get filed, and then the paperwork gets filed by the chair at the SOS office in Indianapolis. So,
So they would bring that to the convention.
correct.
Physically.
Physically, they got to physically bring it with them.
Or
And then we'll
their-
have people
their
there to do notarizing of the forms that need to be notarized. It's the whole thing. We typically do that between the hour of 5 and 6 after the convention is when we collect all the paperwork and do the notarizing. I'm gonna ask all the district reps to please be on hand to manage the candidates from your district that are going to need their paperwork filled out, notarized, and then submitted to the chair. Okay, we're gonna make it kind of an assembly line thing. But we're gonna do that in the hour after the convention closes, but before the dinner starts. Does that make sense?
What is notarized? It's the chair's signature. Notarized.
There's another thing that's notarized, but I don't remember what it is, but
In
that,
case the candidate is not actually there. Because if the candidate's not there, their signature can't be notarized.
right, if the candidate's not there, I think we have to arrange for it to be done later. Because I have to have, for a legislative candidate or statewide candidate, I have to actually have the physical, the wet signature.
Right, I mean, they can sign the papers, but then someone else can bring it to you to hand off.
I do believe that it's just the fact that the chair signing it that gets notarized. I think so.
So yeah, that would work.
Yeah. Then the economic interest stuff can be done at any time. I just have to have it at the convention because I have to have it when I go file your paperwork. I have to go to the State House, file it in the chamber. They give me a receipt. I staple it to your candidate nomination form and then walk that all those over to the SOS. It's a full day process from sun up to sundown. Getting all that done. Any questions about the 2022 election? We're going to have this on our agenda every meeting moving forward. Okay. All right. Next item for business, membership drive. I know this says 5 minutes. Does anybody object to increasing this to 10? No objections, moved up to 10 minutes, Mr. Timekeeper.
All right, go.
Okay. For the LPIN, we have 611 unique LPIN memberships. That is a combination of every triple member, annual member, lifetime member, 1994 Society Monthly and 1994 Society Annual. 611 total memberships. Of that, that is 553 individual people. A lot of that is we have 1994 society members who are not, they don't have to pay for an annual membership as long as they do their 1994 society. A lot of our 1994 societies, that's the only thing that they do. We have 133 triple members in the LPIN. 12 of them are new this month. There are another 4 more that I know are about to be added. So that will bring us up to 16 new triple members just for the month of October.
You're welcome.
BSM. BSM means bylaw sustaining members, and that is what national uses to determine our delegate count. Bylaw sustaining members means that in the last 12 months, you have given $25 to the national party on any level. It can be an event, it can be merch, it can be absolutely anything, any contribution. Well, just
Okay.
any contribution of any type of $25 made to the national party within the last 12 months, plus signing the pledge. And by the way, for a while there, it was automatic on the donation pages that the pledge would automatic, there was no checkbox, they added the checkbox back. So do make sure when you do your renewals and talk to your members that they do check the box for the membership pledge. Because it doesn't count if they don't, they're not a member. They're not a BSF, bylaw sustaining member, if they don't check that box, just sign the NAP. This is the interesting thing. In our bylaws for the national party, BSM is anybody who gives $25 for any reason whatsoever and signs the pledge. However, to be a member, an active member, you have to give a $25 donation that is not tied to any event or merch. It is easier to be a bylaw sustaining member than it is to be a member, which is backwards. And that was one of the problems that they were having in Civi, was because national membership is a $25 contribution not tied to an event or merch. However, that's not what the national bylaws say for a bylaw sustaining member. So in your, everybody got this sheet? This is the bylaw. Keep passing it down to Lori, please. This is the BSM count as of the 20th. You will notice that Indiana is in 13th place with 503. I confirmed that number yesterday with Andy, that was the number that they were still saying we had. However, in Civi, and verified by me sitting down, going line by line, we have 523 bylaw sustaining members. 523.
These mostly overlap with LPIN members?
I did not check that because I was more interested in seeing what our actual BSM number was. So just us searching for bylaw sustaining members in Indiana for the national party, and we have the search function to be able to do that, which it basically searches for anybody who's given $25 to the national party within the last 12 months and is a pledge signer, is a BSM. We have 523. There are a few more that I caught. I caught about 6 more who don't register in that for some reason. Their national party membership isn't listed. That are members, that I know are members, but for some reason aren't showing up. We also have 12 people. The majority, or not the majority, Morgan County has the most of these. Congratulations, Morgan County. Morgan County has the most almost BSMs. These are people who have almost paid $25 in the last year. Not quite, but almost. Hey, Lucy, you're one of them.
Oh my
You're not in Morgan County. You have to pay the national party another $10.
Okay,
And then you'll be a BSM.
very good. I'll go on the website now and give them some money.
Just give them 15, because it's somewhere between 10 and 15.
Okay.
Okay, so What was that?
I was just thinking out loud. And I think most of ours are triple, so that's interesting.
And one of them may actually be, I think it was Sandy.
Oh, yeah, we all just did the triple. We waited
So-
for our national to expire and then we did triple.
So it hasn't caught up to them yet. It hasn't. If you did it in October, it doesn't count yet. That's that, the
That's
12
why
new
34
triple
doesn't.
members doesn't. So on the triple members, when I pull that number and I say we have 12, about to be 16 new triple members, they're not counted as part of, most of them are not counted as part of our BSM. You are. Christy, because you're lifetime with national. So my estimate, and by the way, national, Robert is aware of this issue, and he has basically said for me to send them the spreadsheet, our export that shows that they are BSN, and he'll honor it, because they use a completely different system called Razor's Edge. And all of I have to export our triple members to them. They import it into Razor's Edge and then export it to the national data team, who then imports it into City for national. So if you ever meet somebody who is a national rep and they ask you what things should national be doing, ask them to have the office start using City instead of Razor's Edge. It's significantly more expensive. The national party pays a ton of money for it. And it's the bottleneck in all of our data management is Razor's Edge. So I estimate that right now, including the 4 additional triple members that we're going to have, I think that we are right at 539 members.
So we need 6 to tie into.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So I'd
7,
like to get,
10.
what would be dope is if we could get 10 to 15 new triple members. So we've got 9 districts here. I will personally go out and find a new triple member. If you can find just 1 to 2 new triple members for your district, I believe we will be top 10.
I got one for you.
Yeah.
Guess I'll do it now.
If they also aren't a national member. That's the other thing.
We want to push a triple.
Yeah,
So if they're already a state party member and they want to upgrade to triple, how do they
they just do it.
do it?
They just do it.
So, okay.
And it's
Well,
still,
what
it's still a
happens-
full 60, right?
It's still
Yeah.
full 60, because it's
There's
an
no pro
automatic
bono.
thing, there's no pro bono. What ends up happening is we see that, and if you're also an annual recurring
Mhm.
member, we will cancel your annual recurring with the LPIN. So it doesn't renew again next time, and you're not paying, for triple and annual.
I have 1 right now. 2.
I'll sign up one.
Okay, and you weren't a national party member?
No, that was previously. Remember, you actually did it for me over the phone. Sign me up for triple back when
Oh,
I
yeah,
lost
that's
my
right,
debit
that's
card,
right,
so I
that's
had to upgrade
Yeah.
mine.
Yeah, so this is a new person you're signing up?
Yep.
Good
done.
deal. Look at that, District 2, hitting their goal right out the gate before the meeting's even over.
I
It's
just,
working
I
on
don't
it.
want
I'm
to
just
do
bad with
anything
technology.
later. I'm tired.
So you have to click this yes box.
Yes, you do have to click the yes box.
You guys got me awake right now. And it's done.
I think that was everything that I really wanted to mention with the membership drive. In the system, if you log in on your Dashlet, there should be a BSM and BSM almost report available on your Dashlet.
Time.
Any objection to extending by 2 minutes? Okay, hearing none. So you can check that. If not, it's under reports. The drop-down tab for reports, click on it. You select all reports, and then it should be up right near the top. It's almost BSM and BSM.
It says almost BSM.
Almost BSM. in your dashlet for sure, and Rico saw this when he was doing his training with me the other day, there's a dashlet for new triple members, 1994 society members, new national members, and there's a lapsed one, but I don't think we looked at that for you guys, but it's in there in your dashlet. You guys have access to it. It'll load only what's available in your district or your county. So if you're a county officer, a county volunteer, it will only show your county members. It also does lifetime as well. We have that in there too. But that is a good tool to use to see who are the new members, who are the new people in your county or in your district, so that you can also communicate with them and say, hey, thanks for joining the party. I just saw you're a new member, or you're renewed at a new type of membership tier, because you can see that when you click on their profile. And just, welcome to the party here in your county. There is no county chair. I would love to work with you, or there is no county party. I'd love to work with you on organizing a county party there. Or, hey, welcome to Kosciuszko. The county chair is Cassie Rowland, and they have this event coming up. I would love to see you out there. And then encourage your county chair to do the exact same thing. Every one of those is considered a hard touch, and it takes 4 hard touches to make a positive impression. It takes a mix of 7 hard and soft touches to make a positive impression.
Consensual touching.
Right. A hard consensual touch.
Very important there. Time up for that.
Any questions? Okay, hearing no questions, let's move on to regional training. We talked a lot about the regional training. All of the leftover binders that didn't get used came to us. We're going to combine them together because there was candidate and affiliate stuff. We're going to combine those together, make them available. I've also got a lot of the other slides that were presented, and we'll make those available for anybody who wants them. So we're going to use the empty binders to do our own things with when we do the combining. Thanks, National.
You paid for them.
We did. But I'll tell you, they were very impressed. I don't know if we were the biggest now. We were the biggest scheduled, but I don't think we were the biggest attended. But we were the biggest scheduled, but we were some of the most engaged and most experienced. I'm gonna share my personal observation from the regional training. One of the things that I saw was there were some LPIN county chairs who have been very disappointed or frustrated with how slow they're growing and how things aren't moving very well for them in their perception. However, they got to see state leaders of other states who they are already miles ahead of. And so it was there were people there who I feel like were on that side of like being depressed, wanting to quit because they didn't think it was going well, who then see some of the other state leaders from other areas talk, you're 10 steps ahead of a state party. And so that told them, actually, we're doing well. This timeline that they have set in their own head for where they need to be isn't exactly the barometer for success, that you need to readjust your timeline, that you need to readjust what your barometer for success is, because some people are putting too much pressure on themselves they're trying to be in Morgan County when they just got affiliated. And that's not going to be doable. It took Morgan County 5 years to be Morgan County.
We just got our 5-year anniversary.
So
Yeah.
I don't even know what that.
We're really proud of them.
Oh, good job. District 2 officially met their goal because it just came in. So. And you all too can. You too can do it. All of you.
They said, why not go through?
I don't know. She showed me hers.
Oh, I got the email.
John Rainwater's calling. I'm not, or did. I didn't take the call.
Is that the Zoom ID?
So,
Is he a triple member?
I don't think he is. He's a 94, he's a 94.
I'll be a national member. That's
Call him back right now. But you guys can get into the CRM.
Sorry to put my hand in front of you.
Sorry.
To call members who are lapsed. You can call members who are not BSM. There's a lot of stuff that you can do, Mr. Schultz.
Is there an age limit to VSMs?
Yeah, I was thinking that too. I got a couple kids
I have a
that-
follow-up question.
Okay. I think I know what your follow-up question is. Okay.
Yeah.
I believe you have to be able to vote in the next election to be able to make a contribution to a national political party.
Okay.
I am not 100% sure on that.
In the next midterm or the next.
Who is the LNC member who's like newborn baby has a membership?
It's an associate membership.
I get a bunch of.
Okay.
Because we do have associate memberships. But I will verify that. 'Cause
I know Sam's kids were delegates when they were like 13.
That was also a while ago.
Yeah.
I'll check on it, and I'll email that out tonight. I'll go home and research it tonight, and I'll email
And
it
I
out
thought there
for
was like a
tomorrow.
younger delegate at the last convention too, like.
So people,
15 or
so well,
something.
there's a difference. So you can be a delegate. Do you know what the requirements are to be a delegate to national? According to national,
Whatever the state requirement.
being a delegate selected by the state. That's, so national has no.
So we just send a dog and they could.
So it didn't count.
Oh my
So
gosh,
members-
can we do that just for fun?
No, because it violates Indiana law.
Okay.
Indiana is different. Indiana does require people to be 18 or
Well, which-
to be
which
18 by the
state?
next election.
Which state
To be a
allows
member of the
dogs?
party?
Because we need a dog at.
So,
We
my-
have a
To be a
squirrel
dog.
at Tennessee
My
convention.
follow-up.
It's
We
really-
take
it's
Sam.
really
So for all of the things, but specifically LPI membership is citizenship.
Yes, citizenship is required.
So if theoretically a district rep encourage somebody to encourage their non-citizen wife to go to LPIN.org/join.
They can't. They can, but it would technically be unlawful. They cannot be a member.
How do you follow up with that?
Also, or under what statute?
It's federal election law.
Can be a member of a
Prevents
political
foreign nationals from making contributions to political parties or candidates,
even if they're a green card holder?
even if they're a green card holder. It's only US citizens or naturalized citizens.
Back
Same.
question.
Did you recruit an executive director at the regional training session?
No, but there was a lot of really good information about how I'm basically the executive director right now. Actually, Rico, did you have a question? No, okay, seeing none. Ms. Kokolar, do you have a question?
Oh, did I? Oh,
You
but
were
do
interrupting
we?
Miss Avery.
It's just what she does.
I
Can't
know,
help it.
she steals your county and then interrupts you.
Exactly, exactly.
Can't trust me. How is that, monitored? Like, do we have a question that, are you a citizen?
Yeah, and
Okay.
it states
In
on
the
it
membership?
states on the
I don't-
contribution form that you have to be a US citizen.
Okay.
So it's to make a contribution, not to be a member.
Which, to be a member, you have to
Make
make
a
a contribution.
What if someone else makes the contribution on your
You
behalf?
you can, but it still has to be credited to that person. And you can't do it, just.
Okay, so the dude can't be like, it's my $25.
No, they can give it, but we have to credit it to that person.
So if they already did it, we have to refund them.
I don't want to hear about it.
Okay. Fair enough.
Mr. Hagan.
District 7 has one in them.
Yay! And you're sure you weren't a national member before?
No, it's my wife. but I'm
Oh, it's
sure
your
she-
wife, okay.
I'm sure I'm already.
100% sure, yeah. Yay, so District 7 and District 2 have met their goal. Oh, I
Show
don't
us the
know, I don't
goddamn
see,
email.
I don't see it. Oh, you did?
That's what I was doing when I did this
Oh,
to you.
I
You
don't
said,
know, I
you
thought
said,
you were making.
I was like this, and you're like, okay. Communication, Jesus.
Yeah, okay, District 8 has also met theirs. So we're still waiting on 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 9. Nope, 7 did, and 9.
Oh, wait. Okay.
That person goes,
Yeah, that's right. You're like 2 minutes away from me.
I want to beat Illinois because I went to Illinois State Convention and they were kind of the same thing. Let's get our numbers up. Let's get members to join. Well, I think we can beat them.
I want to beat them too. I want to kick them.
No one wants to lose to Illinois. Come on now,
No.
right? Even New Jersey probably thinks they're better.
I really just, if we could be in the top 10, if we are on the top 10 this list, then we get to place people on a couple of boards for national for the next cycle.
Is that a reward or a punishment?
Both.
Can we pick Campbell?
Yes, for all of them. Actually, there are requirements, like they have to have been a member for like, it's like 5 to 10 years or something like that. Okay, but so yeah, the regional training was great, because that's what that was technically supposed to be about, what we were talking about. It was great. I look forward to them doing more of them again. If you would like to financially support that, you would just make a donation to the LP at lp.org. And in the comments, you just need to put regional training. And that gets credited to them. Anytime there's something that you want to go to a specific program, all you have to do, instead of trying to track down their individualized donate page, all you have to do is put it in the comments for them. The same thing is true for the LPIN too. We look at those comments and we will know, like, okay, this is for this. You want to specifically fund this thing, we can do that.
Yeah, Evan and assistant.
One last thing about the regional training. You all know I've been asking for over a year now for content for a newsletter. I'm going to become pretty critical about that, especially since we now have a communications director who will help me outline this. This is a 20-page quarterly newsletter that goes out from Pennsylvania. It is amazing. It is nice. They actually sell ad space in it as well. They have to send out to print this. We can print this in-house. Remember, we printed. Don't die.
There's Cal.
Here.
The ghost of
Casually?
Mary Davis.
We printed this in-house. This was 100% printed by us and put together by us. And it was great. Yeah, I'm so excited. They actually raise money every time they send this out. They raise a couple grand every single quarter they send this out.
Ad space.
No,
No.
from members. From members saying, thank you. Look at all the things that we're doing. It's just like when I send out press releases and emails to our membership about the Biden vaccine mandates, or Bourbon, Indiana, or what we did in Hamilton County with the feeding team.org. All of those things, we get contributions back because people say, this is what I want to see my party doing. We had 2 people join as lifetime members because of the Biden vaccine mandate press release. And it wasn't even because it was, we were taking a stand on the Biden vaccine mandate. It was because we were doing something and that's what they wanted to see. This will generate income, but it also shows our members what's going on. And there's a thing in the Christian community called mustard seeds, where you spread mustard seeds. This is our mustard seed. This is the Liberty seed. This is us going out, and when you go somewhere, you can leave the magazine at the dentist's office. You can give it to your neighbor who's interested in libertarianism. You can take it to your HOA and hand it out to people. I actually envision a world where people actually ask to purchase additional copies of it so that they can pass them out. please, please, please. And what I said to Mr. Hirsch when he came up to me and said, hey, it'd be a great idea if we did that. As I said, I've been trying for a year. I can't write all the content. I don't have the time. I don't have the bandwidth to fill this up.
You said it's quarterly?
They do this quarterly.
And
Do
would
you want to
wanna
basically do
it
the same
quarterly?
thing that they're doing?
I want to do this size one quarterly. We're gonna have a different one that goes out. You can pass the,
So-
hold on one second. I don't want to start doing it until I know we're actually going to commit to doing it. That's why I haven't done it yet. Because I knew if I did it and I was the only one who was submitting to it and doing all the work on it, the next quarter, when I don't have time to do it and it doesn't get to go out, members will be pissed. We need to do it. It's important to do it. Our members need to have this communication. They need to have this tool to hand out to other people, and we can generate revenue from doing it. And we could do it better than Pennsylvania is beating us on this, people.
Yeah.
Mr. Poland.
Why don't we consider committing to doing one yearly, like for next, I'm just saying, I'm just throwing it out there, growing into it. We can easily do one for next year, and if it goes well, then we do one semi-annually, and we build up to quarterly.
I'm gonna reject that
Okay.
and say we need to do it quarterly. Our annual one is this one that's done at convention.
Mostly start.
Hold on one second, I need to figure this out. Ms. Avery, you were next. It's gonna go Ms. Avery, then Mr. Gonzalez, then Mr. Rigg, and then we might recognize Mr. Bundy.
Do you envision, do you envision mailing it out or having
Yes.
the county?
We'll mail it out, but I would also suggest that for all of our county affiliates, that we send them some additional copies.
Yeah.
Mr. Gonzalez.
My degree is in professional writing and journalism. I've worked as editor for our school paper for about 3 years. I still have a few contacts that did layout and design. Willing to help, however.
Excellent.
Once we get
I accept your motion to appoint Mr. Gonzalez to the communications team. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been seconded. Any discussion? Hearing none.
I do have a quick question.
About this motion.
Take it away.
All those in favor of appointing Mr. Rico Gonzalez to the communications team, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay.
Nay.
The motion carries. We will connect me, you, and Michelle to the communications team, also with Christy Avery.
You're welcome.
Communications is also part of social media.
I like taking pictures.
Next in order was Ms. Kokolar.
I would suggest definitely advertising this semi-regularly to keep it in fresh people's minds
Yes.
for content.
Yes.
So,
National actually sends out a notice to the state chairs asking them to submit things by a certain deadline. So we need to do the same thing with the district reps and the county chairs. Perfectly acceptable. Mr. Poland, you were next.
Would that?
Oh, wait, no, I'm sorry, Mr. Poland, Mr. Ray.
Also,
Hold on one second. Mr. Ray.
I have two questions I want to ask. One is, have you come up with a title for the newsletter?
Yes.
Okay, very good then. Then the second question was, I was thinking, would it be a good idea if as field director, I could take on a role also in the publication as a content provider? I could work with Rico to.
Every director needs to submit something to the newsletter. Every district rep needs to submit something to the newsletter.
Okay.
Those are going to be the requirements for it.
Okay.
But
Could I also oversee for, let's say, the district reps, so just to call them and ask them?
Absolutely, absolutely.
I like to do that.
Mr. Poland.
I forgot, it's been so long. No, I was gonna say, would that group also be considered the editorial staff on the newsletter, or would we create that separate?
That would be the same.
Are you volunteering?
I'd like to nominate.
Okay, we have 2 additional nominations. Do you want to do them as a group or one by one?
Group.
Okay, then we're going to do a group. Move to appoint Mr. Chuck Poland and Mr. Morgan Rigg to the communications team. Was there a second?
Second.
I recognize the second by Mr. Gonzalez. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay.
I heard that.
There was no nay because you can't seek a nomination and then vote no. Actually, in Roberts, you can't actually do it. You can't move a motion and then vote against it.
Next
So
time,
it's
vote
unanimous.
present.
Mr. Lundy, did you still wish to be recognized? You had put your hand up. And
I was trying to add him to
you.
our. No, you refused. No.
Okay.
Based on his knowledge, I'd like to.
Okay, so I definitely want to handle this. I do want to send this out. I think we'll start. The first one will go out the first of the year. It makes sense. We're already into the fourth quarter. So let's send it out for the first quarter, which would be great because if we get it out the first week of January, we can also advertise the convention.
If we
And
can,
candidates still
if
at
we
that
can
point
have
too.
all the quarterly dates of submission deadlines, and it'd be awesome just to put in the calendar.
I'm gonna recommend that we
Trying to do
make it probably 2 weeks before the ship date. Mr. Hickman.
I would recommend that we put this as part of the convention package, that every attendee gets one of these, take them home.
I think we make leftovers available.
Well, that will work as well.
Mr. Solomon.
Kind of on that same note, for the distribution of this is, yeah, because I know National does this with their little quarterly paper or whatever. Is that something we're planning on looping into like an LPIN membership, or how does one
They
physically?
already are. All of our memberships, excluding annual, are supposed to be getting a quarterly newsletter, a printed quarterly newsletter.
But not the annuals.
As well, they are supposed to be, the 1994 Society, and I think it's just the 1994 Society is supposed to be getting a monthly, a 2-pager.
But for the annual LPIN.
I don't believe so. I think just the triple member does get it too.
That's something that this board would be interested in pursuing.
I think we need to wait and hold off on that.
I mean, definitely not now.
We need to
Talking
calibrate.
about quarter one.
I think maybe it's something we bring up next year. Let's have 6 months of sending it out to see what the responses are financially before we decide we're going to give it to every member. The reason being is because the shipping on it, the processing, even with the bulk mail permit, does cost money. And if you're only paying the $25 annual, it may not be cost feasible for us to do that. Does that sense? Yeah. But so let's wait on that to figure that out. Ms. Avery, did you have a question?
I'm just thinking if we had it done by our meeting in December, we could give out bulk amounts to be distributed in the counties there, but I don't know. if we're gonna be done by then.
By December 18th, I don't think so.
Would there be a way to, like, I know we're talking bulk, if somebody wanted to order enough to, you know, have it at a table for an event or something, what the bulk amount would be,
I have no
per
idea.
ordering, okay.
Actually, this is a question that I had yesterday, Michael. Do you remember what our per sheet color printing cost is? For Canon, or Canyon cover, Canyon River, whatever the hell the name of the company is.
Man. Yeah, it costs more than the black and white.
Yeah, but the black and white is like 1/100 of a cent for black and white, but it's full color essentially, but they're 11 by 17s. I want to say it's like 5 cents a sheet. So there's additional costs that go into it because we wouldn't just give it, you know, at cost.
Right.
6.05 cents per sheet. The color.
6.5 cents.
6.05, so slightly more than 6 cents.
Both sides or just one side?
That's single-sided.
And
That's per click.
And if somebody wanted to order a bulk amount to have at a table or something, who or where would they find that information?
We would have it up on the website at that point. And so they would just purchase, right? And it would probably be overrun, so it would just be, you would get whatever's
It
left.
would be cool to do like an overrun and then have, that availability.
Yeah, but no, what I mean is like, if you ordered the bulk, maybe you get this quarters, maybe you get a handful of last quarters, maybe you get some from a year ago, whatever's on hand. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Because they've already been printed. We're
Right.
not gonna print,
Right.
maybe we print them again because we can, but we don't have
We'll
to.
just try to get rid of them in a time of year.
Mr. Hickman.
Would you foresee this being emailed to our regular members?
Yes, there would be a digital, and the great thing is with technology today, when you develop that, it also, you now have a PDF that is very easy to embed into an email. Isn't that right, Lauren?
I remain very quiet on this topic, thank you.
I'd love to hear your thoughts, Ms. Shillings.
You could multi-purpose the content. You could use it as individual newsletter topics instead of sending the bulk thing. That'll give you more contact points each time you have something.
True. Like that.
See, good job. Why didn't you speak up and say that? Because were you afraid that? we
I was
were going
afraid you
to-
would appoint me to this committee and I have zero time to dedicate to do it properly.
If you notice, I didn't appoint anybody that didn't speak up and say, oh, I mean, I did do that to
That's-
myself.
that's why
Yeah.
Chop liver.
You were appointed a
Well,
long time ago.
This is part of that, so you're there.
Any other questions? And the other thing is we have the material. As in, we already have the cases of paper that I was authorized to purchase over a year ago. It's just sitting there. So we have enough, I believe, to do a year's worth of printing.
So we got till January 1st.
Yep. Yeah. And I do need that back when whoever has it is, I know it's Mr. Hirsch has it, but when it makes its way down, please make sure I do get that back. Because I want to make sure whatever we produce is better than Pennsylvania.
They will be getting one, I'm sure.
Oh, yes.
And then when the dog.
A national will be getting
Yeah, we
one.
can show them how much better
Yes,
ours is.
exactly. The fascinating thing was, if you were in the room when the executive director of Pennsylvania was producing his slides, they were down here before they hired him, and then they were up here when they did hire him. And I was like, oh, well, that's where we are now with no paid staff. That's our baseline.
Oh, I thought we were doing good.
So,
Imagine.
yeah. We could be doing so much better. My metrics, what I want to do is I want to double whatever Pennsylvania is doing. That's what I want. Okay, moving on. Is there any other questions or comments? Okay, moving on. Chuck Poland for 30 seconds.
15.
15.
Lucy, I'm exploring a pro bono option for our HR consultant, and if that pans out, I will work with them, we'll work with you, we'll get a meeting together and go from there. If not, we'll have to go back.
Excellent. Thanks for the update.
7-7.
I would like a deadline.
Time.
That's not what I meant, Morgan. I would like a deadline. When are we going to have something presented to the committee?
I would suspect it's gonna take 2 months. It's just a motion.
Okay, so this board is requesting an HR policy to be presented to the board at the December 18th meeting.
Yes.
I'm going to be putting 30 minutes on the schedule.
Okay.
Or on the agenda for that meeting.
Okay. That's enough.
Okay. New business, Ms. Coquillard on the Bourbon Township update.
Okay. Last we talked, District 2 was hosting a rally, I'll preface this. The LPIN and the Cool Kids Coalition, Northern Indiana, and we also have some southern people that have been contributing a lot to our volunteer base. Anyway, about a month and a half ago, I read the news article in my community, Bourbon, Indiana, about a woman whose house burned down in May and who was still waiting for insurance to assess the damage and to pay out for the loss so she could rebuild. She was supplied an insurance provided trailer to live in. This was her personal, this is what was best for her family's personal circumstances. Not that that really is required. It's her property. She should be able to do whatever else she wants to do on her property. But she, instead of having neighbors who, behave neighborly, they basically reported her to the zoning board. She is very rural where she lives. She's about 2 miles outside of town, but just within city limits, zoning limits, I mean. And so the town had said that they would not grant her a variance. Then they realized they needed to vote on it. She then reached out to WNDU, and they came out and did a news story, and that's how I caught on to it. And I contacted her, and we set up a rally to get some community support. We did a fundraiser with food and t-shirts. We were able to give her $312 that night, just to help her get by. But as of that meeting, because of the support from the LPIN and the community and the media, she became brave, and she's like, listen, we have a protest, we have a rally, we're gonna show up to the zoning board meeting, the news has been contacted, and I'm ready to name names. And that night of the rally, she had an insurance check deposited into her account and the demolition equipment and VR to tear it down that very next week. So we accomplished 2 of the things that we set out to do, to rally community support and to also start a fire under the insurance company because they were illegally detaining her process. So the next step was the zoning board meeting. There was a little bit of controversy, but overall the zoning board did exactly what we thought they would. They did not grant her the variance, so she has to go in front of a judge to have that overruled and grant her the variance that she needs. So the next step is a fundraiser. We are raising $3,000 to for the lawyer retainer fee. It should not come out of her rebuilding allotment from the insurance. That's just not right. She should be able to rebuild the house that she needs for her family. So I started the fundraiser yesterday. Shared it with a few of my podcaster friends. Cajun Libertarian, not a real Libertarian broadcast. Eskimo Libertarian picked it up. Also, Women Voters for Liberty, for People for Liberty picked it up. And in one day, we raised over $1,015. So we are a third of our way through our. Yeah, the next step, the next rush for this fundraiser, I really want the LPIN to step up. I think that we need to do a push with all the counties and in support. I think that will help a lot. And then my next option is a Liberty Means $5 charity club. I don't know if you guys know of it, but it is amazing. $5 to whatever charity that they put up, once a month. It goes so far. They have raised almost $1 million this last year for charities. So I'm going to try to get it in that group. I've been trying to get in contact with some people. So that's next step, and I hope you guys help us out.
To clarify, the funds aren't being raised by the county party, the district party, or the state party. It's being done as a team. We are promoting it, and individuals are creating, like Elizabeth created the GoFundMe account, but it's not going to the county or the district party. It is going directly to Suzanne and her family. The t-shirts, those were printed by Cassie Rollon, the Kosciuszko County Party chair. She collected those funds individually and turned them over to Suzanne. We cannot individually host fundraisers for people like that. As a party, we can't do it. We can promote it. And that was the editing that I was going to do to your thing. It is a little vague. It makes it sound like we raised the money as a party and gave it to her. We can't actually do that. But we can support it. We can help out in those kinds of ways. We can do that kind of stuff. So I will actually be sending out probably a statewide thing about the GoFundMe, asking people to support it. Mr. Sullivan.
I think I already know the answer to this, but I figure I'd go ahead and ask it anyway. Is this an issue that perhaps somebody with an IJ connection could swing some weight toward? It seems in the vein of stuff that they routinely do. If there's a precedent that they can get set on.
So the interesting thing is I think so if the judge denies it, then IJ could get involved with it. But prior to that, I don't think IJ would. The reason being is because the zoning board rulings are law until the judge says they are.
What we would like to do is just push the court date out until March. Like, if we just push the court date till March, she doesn't need the variance. As long as she gets the court date, the time on the clock stops. They can't remove her from her property, so.
Well, I know that the Pleasant Ridge thing that they represented a year or so ago.
That was a little different. So the Pleasant Ridge thing was over code violations being used basically. Properties.
I know the case, but I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure they got involved before even appeals started.
They got involved, well, so they got involved because the only option at that point, because of the way code enforcement works, is to go before a judge. So they got involved at that level at that time. The legal question that's going to be posed with this is, in their attorney, the town attorney, thank you, Mr. Lundy, the town attorney actually chimed in at the very end of the meeting and said, I think you mean to say that this was denied because it was detrimental to the health and safety of the community. And the president said, yes, that's why. And he said, I think you need to clarify that that's why the rest of the board members voted yes. And he turned around and he said, you guys understand, right? And they all said, yeah. The reason being is because they were saying they denied her variance because her trailer wasn't 4 seasons compliant. Even though the paperwork she submitted said it was, another non-voting board member presented information saying it wasn't. So they took his information and said it wasn't 4 seasons, we're approaching winter, so for the health and safety of the community, we're denying the variance.
So there's a lot for the judge to hit on.
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
And then failing that,
And as a matter
that's
of
where you
fact,
start.
the county commissioners were the ones who told Suzanne, if they vote no, take it to the judge because we support it. They don't understand why the township is doing this.
And that's an elected or appointed position. So
They're appointed.
by.
Wait, no, some are elected, some are appointed, and I don't want to go into that on an open line because we're doing stuff with that. Mr. Pollitt.
I was gonna say, the third thing you accomplished is you empowered her to speak up. which is
Definitely.
the most important thing, and also check out the Punk Rock Farm. Get in touch with them.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, and by,
Absolutely.
Yeah, you can, I've been talking to them a little bit, I'm trying to get.
Yeah, Punk Rock Farmer. Yeah.
actually, at the rally, Suzanne was like, when you contacted me, I didn't even know what a libertarian was. And now I know that I'm a libertarian, and I've always been a libertarian. So, yeah.
Liz, you're a real American hero.
But we're influenced to be other pictures.
Hey, how many out-of-state people?
40 seconds.
Kick people's asses at the board?
Oh, 0, but my 4-year-old did look very threatening.
I will say this in the last remaining time. So there was a lot of national attention that went out because of this. And the board members and the clerk all tried to say that they received numerous death threats and threats of violence. I apologized. I said that's not what we were about. I talked to other state chairs from the people that I knew who had contacted people aggressively. That was true. They then presented a printout of all of the emails, and I saved them because in there.
Time, I'd like to request to extend this by 2 minutes.
Any objection? Okay, extend by 2 minutes. In reviewing them, there were only 2 emails that could be construed as making a violent threat. And they were from people out of state, and they had stated that they were from out of state. And even the statement that they said was people like you should be taken in the street and shot. That's not saying I'm coming there to shoot and kill you. They had 3 police officers at the zoning board area because they didn't know what libertarians were going to show up and do. we had a nice conversation with the officer afterwards, and I said, we're not violent people. We actually don't agree with the initiation of force. It's something every member pledges. We're not violent. And he said, I can see that. You guys were very respectful. We took, we waited our turn. We didn't boo, we didn't scream. We were very respectful and said, the next time you're told that there are libertarians coming to do something, you don't have to show up in force. And he said, we won't. We are not a physical threat, we are a political threat.
So now their guard's down. Good job.
And
Here's the other thing. I will say this. I had direct communication with the clerk. And after that communication, I contacted Elizabeth and Ty, the county chair, and said, you need to run a full slate of candidates for township offices because she was a horrible person. Horrible. That's not the word that I use.
No, I remember the word you used.
This was set up from the get-go. As soon as we got involved, they wanted to make this about libertarians coming in. I got told that this was none of our business multiple times by the elected board members there, appointed board members, the township clerk and the zoning board members.
Was the vote unanimous?
No, there was one abstention.
One abstention.
She was newly appointed, so they would have a legal zoning board. Also, we did receive some media from all of this, local news, local radio, Liberty is Essential, put it in their porch newsletter. We are Libertarians, did speak on it with their podcast, so, and yeah, Spike one picked it up, and of course, I learned some things this time around. You always gotta learn something, learn from your mistakes and how you present something and, make sure that they also understand how to present it, so.
And the interesting thing is normally we would use the call to action system to have people contacting the board members, like we did in Hammond and like we did in Mooresville. We couldn't do it this time because there was zero contact information for individual members in Bourbon. So I said, well, I don't want to bombard the clerk's office with all of this, so we're not going to do a call to action because there's no way for us to individualize the communication.
Then you met the clerk and regretted that decision?
100%.
Oh, they had so much more mail.
Yeah. So there were a lot of interesting things, but this is the type of stuff that we need to be doing.
This happens everywhere,
Yeah.
all the time, all across the country.
This is actually
This
one of
is
the
our bread and
reasons-
butter. This is what we do.
If you guys, last year, we did a little training. One of the things that I said was libertarians, every county party needs to have somebody at a zoning board meeting. Because the zoning board meetings are where people get screwed by the local government the most. It's not the school board, it's not the city or township council, it's the zoning board. That's the people who decide whether or not you can have the shed in your backyard and how many feet it has to be from the light pole and all of this good stuff. They're the ones that decide whether or not your fence has to be torn out because it's an inch too high. Those things happen, and that's when people get real angry. And it's when you get real angry at the government that you realize, maybe I'm a libertarian. We need somebody there, not just to welcome them to the bureaucracy of government and get them their member's jacket, but also to report that story to the county chair, who can now send out a newsletter, who can send out a thing to the members, maybe help them rally. We were able to go to her zoning variance hearing because we knew about it in advance. We were able to go there and speak so that we can put it out to the state. There's all kinds of things that we can do if we know that it's happening. And the only way we know it's happening is if you're there. So find somebody to go to those zoning board meetings. Morgan County has somebody at every single government meeting in the county.
I would also suggest to use these opportunities to coalition build. We had Kurt Nicely, from the Republican Party, he came out in support. We also had Voices Against Injustice, and they're a leftist organization that are volunteers and stick up for the rights of people. So,
Mr. Sullivan, if I could one up you on your statement, should do a left. What Morgan County's doing. If there's a government meeting, someone should be there. And, you know, sometimes it's routine stuff and you'll have nothing input. But like that nuts and bolts stuff and just making like, if they're not shitty people, like the clerk of whatever county, then.
Not the county, it's township.
Not town clerk.
County clerks actually tend to be really receptive and nice to us, and especially if you don't have an attitude with them. It's on the township level where that person's been there for 30 years, that they tend to be
They're a little deep though.
a little.
Yeah, yeah.
Most of the, you know, like, you know, my small town council couldn't even tell you what letters next to their name. Well, most of them are decent guys, and that's politics right there. Hey, this guy's likable. Maybe I could put him on a board, on a zoning board for, you know, just
Well,
show up, don't be an asshole.
Bourbon
What you need to
specifically
be.
has zero, interest, like there's nobody campaigns in that area, not GOP, not Democrats, not Libertarians.
My town hasn't had an election since
We don't have
2007.
time.
Okay, let's move on to the next item. Thank you, Ms. Coquillar. Please keep us updated about how the fundraiser going and if any information about her hearing. Next item is the phone system. Right now, our phone just rings to a voicemail. And then I made a pledge to answer those calls within 10 minutes if it's within working hours. And I've been very successful in doing that. That was actually Michelle Holiday called in and left a voicemail, and I called her within just a few minutes. We had a 2-hour-long conversation, then followed up by multiple conversations. She left the Green Party, came to our party, and is now our communications director.
Thank you.
The phone system is important. However, having it just go straight to voicemail is no bueno. For my company, I use a system called TalkRoute, which is not the one that I'm going to recommend that we use. TalkRoute is a virtual PBX. You call in, and it can either ring directly to my phone number, and I can answer it, or I can send them to the main menu so that I can direct their call to, are you, you know, whatever thing. In our case, it would be, do you want to speak to the treasurer? Do you want to speak to somebody about your membership? Do you want to speak to your district rep? Do you want to speak to your county chair? All of those things can be done in the menu. Then, if it's normal business hours or whatever hours you, as the district rep, designate, it will ring directly to your phone and it will tell you. Huh?
Liberty's all hours, don't want to be like that.
That's 24 hours. It will ring to your phone and it will show that it's somebody calling the LPIN. And then you know to answer the phone, you know, Libertarian Party of Indiana, 8th District Rep, J. Sullivan, you know, they can also leave you a direct voicemail that you can check. You can even, through the app, call them back on your cell phone using the app, and it will show up as the LPIN number on their phone. You can even text them through the app, and it will show as the LPIN number. So you don't have to give out your personal cell phone number.
It replies to those texts, go straight to where they came from.
Here's the other added benefit to this system. And the system that I was talking about is specifically a company called Grasshopper. The benefit, another added benefit is for $10 a month, we can add another phone line, a local phone line. That phone line can have its own menu system and its own users. So for $10 a month, we can give Marion County their own phone line. When they log in, they can call from the Marion County number. Now, every county party can have its own number and can ring to their local rep, to their county chair, to their county treasurer, to their district rep. And you can do what's called live transfers. So let's say you're doing a membership drive, you're doing it on your phone, and your county volunteers don't have the ability to back end process a new credit card membership. They can live transfer it to anybody that's in the system. So me and Chuck and Michael and Morgan and the district rep and the county chair are all sitting down available to process those. You can live transfer it to any one of us. The system costs about $100 a month, plus the $10 for any county that wants it. My recommendation as a process, if we approve this, secondary approval would be how we allow counties to access this system, would be to ask them to pay for 6 months upfront. So $60. I'd like to get this. I think it would be immensely helpful for us to, I'd like to be able to answer the phone when people call.
So this is separate from what you're doing right now?
What I do right now is when somebody calls the line, it goes straight to voicemail. I get an email that says there's a voicemail. I play the email, the voicemail, I listen to it to determine, one, is it someone like Michelle Holiday wanting information about the party, or is it somebody telling me how it's our fault Trump lost?
So are we talking about getting an additional system?
We would kill that. We would keep that number because we own it. So we would port it to the new system. And we would just use the new system.
That's all.
Melissa.
We actually do this for customers. You want my husband to do a quote?
Sure.
He's not in town right now.
Of course it's not.
So if I get
Monday.
this right, then it's,
Let's raise hands, please. No crosstalk.
If I get this right, it's $60 for a phone line that actually rings to you. And if county signed up for it, it would go directly to them. It wouldn't be.
They would have their own number.
Right.
So we would have our number, which is 317 something 1994.
And then if unanswered, there would be a voicemail.
Right. You would have your own menu. You would have your own users, which are unlimited. That's the big holdup. That's why my system that I use, TalkRoute, has a max, like you have to pay additionally for new users. Grasshopper is unlimited users and unlimited menus and unlimited all that good stuff. Unlimited. There's no, we don't pay per minute. It's unlimited. You can send it's per line. You can send as many text messages and spend as many minutes on the phone as you want, calling inbound or outbound. There's no additional charge. Ms. Schultz.
can I clarify, you had said you wanted counties to pay 6 months upfront
Yes.
individually for this service?
Only the counties that want it. So
Okay.
our cost is $100 for us to have the master account. We can add additional lines for $10. So any county who wants it can do it, but we're going to request, my urging would be to request that they pay for 6 months up front at $10, which would be $60. Mr. Solomon.
And this is the same thing that you were saying?
We've been selling these for a long time. And from what I've played with it. And we have lots of customers that use it, mostly international. Like we had a pharmaceutical company, which is one of our customers. And this is when we started getting into it. Half their scientists moved to Japan and they wanted something virtually that they could, still have their phone system intact for their company, but, still be able to
So
be
it can
wherever
be a
they
lower
want in the
cost than the Grasshopper.
What I would ask is.
I don't know what the costs are, so.
What I would ask is the motion that I would put forward is to authorize up to $100 per month in ongoing commitments for the state party with the option to add additional lines for county parties for a new phone system.
And the actual decision on which system to use, whether Alyssa's or.
Because I want to get it done by the end of next week.
Okay.
So if hers is cheaper and it has all the bells and whistles and everything that I'm looking at with Grasshopper and TalkRoute, great. If not, we go with Grasshopper.
And the funds are already allocated.
Yeah.
Okay. So
Is moved by Mr. Solomon. Is there a second?
Second.
It was seconded by Mr. Hagerman. Is there any additional discussion? Any additional questions? Since it does fall over $1,000 a year as an annual, as a commitment, it will be a roll call vote. The secretary will let me know when the roll is ready. So I'm going to make Elizabeth Copeland do the agreement.
You don't want my voice on the
I love
voice.
your voice.
I'm like, I sound like a 13-year-old. Seriously, when people call and ask for, like, they
Is
call
your
and
mom
answer,
home?
they ask if my mom or dad's home. I say, no, they're not.
Look
I'm
around the
sorry,
table.
bye.
I can get the Crypt Keeper to do it, the guy who does the voice for Crypt Keeper.
Ooh, I got the perfect voice for you.
Call Barry's number. his-
You won't
his
like
voicemail
who, you won't
is the
like who
Crypt
I
Keeper.
have to recommend.
I know.
God, I think Liz is actually the best
Who?
option. That's really attractive.
Who?
Spike Cohen.
No,
Oh, now you're gonna say.
Joe Solosky has the best radio voice. It's so smooth and buttery, and I love him.
I want a woman doing it.
You're right.
Yeah.
It's
I-
Joe Jorgensen.
I also.
I think we should have.
How about some
Joe
cutesy anime
record
type
something
ones?
for it.
That'd
Maybe
be
like our
interesting.
convention announcement. Because that's the other thing, is with this system, we can put in a special thing that plays before the menu. Like, you know, normally it
pre-recording.
plays, please listen to the following menu items as they have changed. That's actually a separate recording.
It's the
of the
automated
menu.
planning.
If we can't get Joe, I love Lucy.
We can do something like, hey, this is Joe Jorgensen coming at you live.
Honestly, we could get those sound bites from people whenever we come
Yeah.
across them to say, hey, will you do something for?
We can
That's a
also-
good point. I think
We can
if this
also
is how to do it,
record,
Lucy is
we can also record
also
record
a great
our
option.
hold music. So
Yeah.
while somebody has gone through the menu and they're waiting for that person they're calling to pick up the line, because it does take 30 seconds for it to transfer. They can hear something like a promo for the state convention or a, you know, if they're calling your county, you can have something of the, hey, you know, we meet every Tuesday at, you know, Bob's Suds and Duds at 9 p.m. Come check it out.
So not like actual wait music. We're not gonna play
Yeah.
like Tom Sawyer for them when they call.
What were we waiting on?
Me.
Yeah, are you
Ready?
ready? Okay, any questions about the vote? Everybody know what you're voting on? Okay, the secretary, call the roll.
You may leave you for last.
Yes.
Vice Chair Lucy.
Voting yes on the phone system.
Yes. Do one by one time, I'll just say. Treasurer Michael.
Aye.
Director is absent. IT Director Chuck
Hi.
Morgan Ray, Field Director.
Aye.
Student Director absent. District 1 Chuck.
District 1, aye.
Yeah, type again. District 2 Elizabeth.
Aye.
District 3 Christie.
Aye.
District 4 Dennis. What's on one?
District 4? Yeah, fine.
District 5 Lori.
Aye.
6 is absent. District 7 Reba.
Aye.
District 8 Jane.
Aye.
And District 9 Greg.
Aye.
And back to Evan.
Okay, second motion, and I'll just move this one. I move that we set a process in place to allow county parties and district parties to have their own phone line, the menu system, with a 6-month upfront commitment payment.
Is that not part of?
No, yeah, district.
Saying that the motion authorized me based off of that to pick the system.
Okay.
This will authorize us to create the program saying, you know, and I'm not saying the $10 because if we end up using her system, but it's $15 a month to be able to have that run, I don't want to be hamstrung using that extra pot or owing that extra pot.
Are we disseminating that, or are you gonna reach out and let me know that that's not?
We'll put it out to the county chairs.
Okay.
And I think actually technically the only district that has a district committee is District 8. So only District 8 would actually be able to use the district portion of that unless everybody starts setting up district committees like District 8 did. Which you should.
I don't even know how the hell to do that, so.
It's okay.
I'll just do it all.
Districts will, you know, it'll either be the state or the county level. I don't think this needs a roll call vote. I think we can just do yeas or nays on this. Is there anybody that would second that motion?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Hagerman. Any further discussion on that motion? Everybody understand what you're voting on? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
We can't hear you if you're muted.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion carries. Thank you, guys. And gals, and them. And days.
One day or many days?
I just tell everybody do, but no, I guess
That's not acceptable
not
anymore.
acceptable either.
Yeah. Postcard campaign. Everybody that was in the training, regional training, that saw the Pennsylvania group, one of the things that they do is they send out postcards to non-members in the database. They had 120 people join, because it was 123 people joined because of that postcard.
Nice.
It's a very simple postcard. It is outside of our capabilities to print that in-house, because it needs to be UV coded because it's going in the mail, and it's a postcard. If it wasn't a postcard, we could do that in-house, because when you print toner on cardstock, when it goes to the mail, any cracks that are in it, the toner actually flakes off. So when it gets bent, it cracks, and it'll literally flake off. So you don't do postcards on those types of machines. They need to be professionally offset printed by a print company. Jay, you weren't there, so this is for you, because all of the information was presented in that thing about how great it is and how wonderful it is and how we target them. We have an extensive list of people within Indiana with addresses who are either lapsed members, lapsed national members, or full contacts where we have all of their contact information. The cost to do the 10,000 database, which is what Pennsylvania did, they did their first one, it was 10,000. They've done 2 subsequent ones since then that have yielded positive results. And with those, they reached out beyond the membership on those, the final 2, and had a very positive response back from those as well. I want to do this one at a time. They did it all as one thing. I don't want to commit us to 3 postcards. I just want to do the first one. Hold on one second. So I'm asking for a $5,000 authorization to send 10,000 postcards to our members. Mr. Sullivan. To non-members, excuse me, to non-members.
What's it gonna say, and who's going to be addressed?
It's addressed to
The name?
the name, yeah. These aren't bulk, they're not bulk mailings like every door EDDM. These are addressed specifically to that person in contact.
And what will they say? Those of you that are talking?
That we're awesome.
I mean, is it gonna be asking them to do something? Hey,
It just says, hey, the libertarian, like the one that they did, it was very simple.
like, is it at least gonna have like LPIN.org /join
Yes,
as a
yes,
pitch?
yeah. On the front of it, it literally just has a group photo of, it actually looked like their photo from the national convention.
It was.
Was,
Mhm.
okay. And it
Proof they
just
had
said
lots of people.
Libertarian Party of Pennsylvania. And then it had the web address on it. And then on the other side, it had kind of like our letterhead that I send out. It basically had that and text on it that just said the Libertarian Party of Pennsylvania is the fastest growing political party. This year, we're going to have a whole bunch of candidates on the ballot. We've been organizing, we've you know, it's all the things that I would put in the letter, updating like how many counties we have, you know, rainwater success, you know, all of those sorts of things. It goes into that and said, you can be part of the Cool Kids Coalition too by going to lpin.org/join.
I just wanted to, because we've used like the full contact list down the 8th and been like, hey, here's everybody that's in, you know, DuBois County. You know, a lot of those contacts are like, hey, this person was a national member in 1988.
Right.
A lot of them are dead or gone. So. Like,
And that's so that
there's probably gonna be a very large volume where like, hey, Jeff, and like, you're not getting Jeff. You might get somebody, but not Jeff.
So one of the things that you do when you do these types of mailings is you run it's called a knock list. And he didn't mention this, but it's something that I know from doing political mailers. We did?
Let's
Okay.
clean up.
Okay. Well, the way he mentioned it was kind of after the fact. So there's actually a system that you can use before you ever do your mailing that checks for move, and it can go back 10 years. So if you moved, it can automatically do that. If a person's deceased, all kinds of things. So that list cleanup happens first before the mailing is done.
Okay, perfect.
What's our
And
time?
then, but then we also find out bad mailing, like in case the knock list missed something, we can get a report back from the post office letting us know.
And so when we do that, and we're like, hey, this person's been dead for 20 years, can we then remove them from city?
Yes.
You
Based
don't
off of
remove
that?
them, we list them as deceased.
Mhm.
Well, yeah, but we can get all that updated, so
Yeah.
we're not continuously trying to contact
Well,
people that are.
And so I've been going through, because there's some that I've noticed that when I check a profile, there's a lot of things that I look at. Just when I'm going through and checking for people. And if I know like that Aaron Kyle Davis moved, I've recorded that.
Mhm.
Okay. Cool.
Next was Miss Avery.
That's what I was gonna say.
Okay,
We
next,
update the contact.
next is Mr. Poland.
No, I was just gonna say that I'm about the printing thing. I do that with the mail merge with stamps.com, I wear a laser printer. And it's always worked. So I don't know. I'm just saying, I don't know why you have to send it out. I've been doing it for years that way.
5,000 at a time.
10,000 at a time.
Well, but I'm saying, I'm just saying like the idea that you have to send it out though.
I mean, I've done them.
Yeah.
I've been paid $50,000 to do political mailings, and when if they're done on toner, on laser, often, especially if they're heavy color, if they're heavy print, if you're just doing something that's just text, it's not gonna matter, but if you have a photograph on it, a big photograph, when they go through those bulk mailing machines, they get bent and cracked.
That's interesting. Okay.
And when that happens, it literally flakes off.
Okay.
With digital offset, with actual ink, there'll be a crack,
Right.
and it'll show, it can show a crack or a crease in it, but it doesn't remove the ink. Hold on 1 second.
Okay,
It's
so,
color,
what's the number of our targeted?
10,000.
10,000? And what was, you said Pennsylvania's, how many new members are,
123.
123, and what was like the, do you know, like what the, so they did a 10,000?
Yes.
Okay, and then I personally would be more inclined to approve the 5,000, if I knew how we are going to, like what kind of graphic or picture or what we're going to be using for the postcard. Mailers, they're in your hand for like 5 seconds before they're in the trash, so it's very important to get that mailed.
I want to match exactly what Pennsylvania did, since it's already something that is proven to work. So like they have the yellow tab, they have a yellow bar at the top and the bottom from the front, and their image worked. And I don't even think that image was of them. I think that was just the National Party image.
I'd be willing to help you with that.
Yes. And it really is just the bright colors.
Could I speak
No.
without interruption? It's so hard. You miss the nuance of when you can like jump in a conversation when you're not here. I was super impressed with what Pennsylvania did. And I know we're talking about in terms of membership, and maybe people are thinking, okay, so what does that get us, 25 or 30 bucks per person? But I think what we might be missing is the viral effect of when that person joins something, they're going to be, talking about it and bragging about it, maybe inspiring their friends, and then maybe they're buying merch, and maybe they're becoming 94 Society members, and maybe they're coming to conventions. So I think that the monetary return on investment for something this small is going to be a much larger impact. And then of course, those profits can be reinvested into doing an even more targeted mailing next time.
Actually,
so I'd like to make a motion to spend the money.
I'm going to hold your motion for a minute. The thing that she just mentioned was the other part that I hadn't gotten to yet, was they had an over 300% return. It wasn't realized in the first month. It was realized completely within the first 6 months. And he said he's actually still, over a year later, getting responses from people from that first mailing.
That return changes my mind.
What ends up happening is you get the 123 people who become members. If we do our job, and I'm going to mention part of how we're going to do that job. If we do our job, that person, after the third hard touch, becomes a 94 Society member, becomes a triple member, becomes somebody that's active in your county, is now a $10 monthly recurring member to your county party. If we do our job. If we just send the postcard out, we'll get the 123 members and nothing more. And then it's a loss. What's the next thing part of the job? It's the hard touches. I'm going to admit something. Lori, you might want to come back for this.
I'm just looking at my computer.
As a segue from hard touches, I have something to confess. I don't want to be so heated off this conversation.
Okay, it's about hard touches. I actually had to, never mind. I have failed at sending out the membership cards to people in their pens. This has been a long-standing thing, and it has just been a nightmare. And part of it is there's a lot that I do every single day, and traveling around the state to go up to Bourbon, to go to Hamilton, to go to Wells County, all of these things take a lot of time. And one of the problems is I don't have the support to fold and stuff and stamp and do those things. So it's not just, hold your ears. Just hold on to them for a minute. I don't have the support to, it's not just about folding the letters. It's about then attaching the card to the letter, pulling out the right pen for that person, making sure it's going in the right envelope, because the number 10 envelope, you can't put the pens in. You got to put that in the bubble envelope, and then you got to, all of these different things. So if I print the letters today, and I date them October 23rd, and I tell you about the thing that's happening in your county party next in the letter, because I have that capability of doing it, and that's how it's built out. But I don't get around to finally having the 5 hours to sit straight and fold and stuff all of those and get them sent out. Then you're going to look at us like we're even worse, because I'm sending you something that's 2 months old. That move to extend by 5. Any objection? By 10?
Yeah.
Any objection to 10? Hearing none, time is extended by 10 minutes. That has been the bottleneck in that. And it's one of those things that when I'm looking at the board of things that need to get done, and I don't have the support to fully realize getting the membership mailings done, it just keeps being added, stuff being added on top of it. I had a conversation with some of our friends up in the all in the 2nd district. They were all in District 2 about this, and they said they would donate to help us be able to hire somebody to come and help me 5 to 10 hours a week. And I'm going to count on that, and I'm going to call on that. However, Kristen Alexander from Morgan County came up to me and was talking to me, and when I expressed to her that frustration that I was having, that, I just don't have this time. I thought I was going to have somebody help me do it, and I didn't. She said she would come to my house 5 to 10 hours a week to help me get stuff like that done. She's going to volunteer it, but I would like to be able to, when we put together a fundraising package, to raise that money, to then come back to the board, to then ask to hire her as a part-time staffer to come to my house twice a week for 5 to 10 hours to help me get those things done. But right now she's volunteering to do it, which is great. She's coming Wednesday. By Saturday, all the membership cards and all the membership pens will be mailed out.
Nice.
That's hard touch number 2. Hard touch number 3 has to come from you guys, from the district reps and the county chairs. If it's an unaffiliated county, that hard touch has to come from you. That's the 3 hard touches. We get those 3 hard touches, within 30 days, they'll be a 1994 Society member. I guarantee it. Did hard touches with Michelle. She's a 1994 Society member. She's donating monthly. On top of, I think she's a triple member as well. I'm not 100% sure on that. She might be a triple member as well. If not, she should go to the LPIN web, lpin.org and become a triple member. Just saying. That's what I mean by if we do the next thing. That's the thing that we have to do. And I'll tell you what, the process in Pennsylvania is not nearly as good as what I just laid out to you. They only have one hard touch. And half the time it doesn't happen. And they still saw over 300% return. If we're doing our hard touches this way and we all do it right, I think we'll be able to go and teach them how to do this.
Well, and we'll move up this list too.
Exactly, 100%. Michelle.
I would very much like to ask that if you do this postcard mailing, that you transfer those by county sort to your county chair, so that then we could follow up with touch number 3 and reach out to those individuals personally if you get a return.
I think there's a way for me to create a smart group in Civi.
Okay.
That would actually say, these are the people that were contacted in your county.
So that we can follow up with
Yes.
those leads
Yeah.
and not lose that return on.
Yes.
Does that get 2 county chairs that don't have city access?
My goal is actually by the end of November for every county officer to have access and to be trained.
My question from earlier, and I get that there's a lot on your plate, and it seems like every meeting we pass more things, and it's like, hey, add it to Evan's board. Do we not have a core of people that have said, yes, I will volunteer for the party that could be called upon for that? Nope.
Not that have responded.
Get on it, Morgan.
Well, this would be a great student.
Hold on 1 second. Ms. Avery.
Just to follow up with Lori, if you could send out the people that you're sending membership cards and pins to the district so that we can follow up with them like a week or so later to make sure that it arrives.
That I'm not gonna do, because that, all you have to do is look at who are the members in your county or district. All you have to do is search for that.
So
and
you're
that's
sending like
every single person who is a member. Well, because every member gets either an annual card, or if you're a triple, you get the triple pen. If you're a lifetime, the only people who are lifetime who aren't getting their lifetime pen are the ones who received it at the state convention. However, they're still getting their card.
Does the card say like that?
Yes, it does. It says never expires. So everybody who is a member of the LPIN is going to get a mailing.
And that'll go out next Saturday.
Let's say Monday. Not this Monday, not this coming Monday, but the following Monday. Mr. Hageman is next.
Despite not having my lifetime pin yet, I would still volunteer to come over. I live close to you.
You do?
So I'll come over and help with you.
Perfect.
Man, I wouldn't even mind like envelope stuffing parties. Like we should, honestly, well, I don't understand why we
Last
couldn't do
year I
this
tried to
here.
do that. Last year I tried to do that. and
We could have
literally
had
nobody
it done while sitting here.
Like by going to the
and
party
in
Washington.
completed out of
Going
15 minutes.
to-
Yeah.
But did you, because I cut you off.
Well, before you brought up Kristen, you know, which is awesome. I mean, maybe we could use her in a different way, but like just bringing the materials here and we could have that cranked out in just 15 minutes and districts would already have who's in their district or whatever. And
The
we'd already have.
downside to that is we have already a lot of stuff to cover on our board meetings, and we
Right.
actually do a pretty good job of staying on time, within
Right.
time. It will take a lot more time than that to do that, because you gotta check things, you gotta
Right.
make sure the right pin's going into the right thing.
Well, honestly, Evan, if you
There's
ever
your
have
app.
anything that we could actually do, like, I take the whole day off coming down here because I can't get back to
Yeah.
work in time. I have time right after the meeting to do this shit.
What I would like to do is actually, if those people who could commit to after the meeting doing stuff, what I'd rather do is have computers and laptops set up so that we could make phone calls. We did
It's
that
fun as a
2
group.
years, we did that
Yeah,
2 years
I
ago,
hated it.
and it was successful for the people who weren't faking it.
Yeah.
The people who were sitting on their computer pretending like they were looking up information.
I sent
weren't
emails. I
successful.
did send emails.
Was there any reason we have to do that sitting here? Or is
No,
that-
it's
No,
just,
it's
there's
just
just an
that
accountability
camaraderie,
and fun
accountability.
thing where we're all
Mhm.
together doing this.
Yeah.
I would much rather.
So Christy volunteered to come help you fold letters.
I would also like to see us like.
And the great thing
have-
about having somebody like Kristen coming and doing it is that, yes, this first one is going to be big. Okay, it's a lot. I mean, it's 553 are gonna go out. That's a lot. That's why it's gonna take her 2 days to do it.
Right.
However, every week she comes, if I print these on Monday for the new members, then it's not a whole lot for her to do.
Right.
You know what I
Well,
mean?
and if I'm there, it'll be
E- Even easier, right.
Is that time that she could be spending making voter contact?
We talked about it and I asked her about it and she said 5 to 10 hours a week is not gonna be detrimental for her, especially if it's during the day. So, and she's close, she lives close enough to me that it's not that big of a burden for her. It is something though that I think that if she continues doing it, if she wants to continue doing it, I would like for us to ultimately authorize a payment to her of like $10 an hour to come and do it. Which is what I quoted to the people up in the second district, was $10 an hour for 5 to 10 hours a week. No benefits. The benefit is you
can
get
pick your brain.
free coffee. I'm gonna be in my office working. That's the thing, is I'm gonna be working. She's gonna be in my dining room doing all of her stuff, and I'm gonna be in my office doing the same crap that I do every day, which is watch Netflix and eat. According to Barry, that's all I do, is watch Netflix. Any other questions? There was a motion, I think. Did somebody move it? I think Lucy moved it.
Yeah, for the.
I did. I moved, we spend some money and get some more members and then make even more money.
We were authorizing
Authorizing
$5,000.
$5,000 to send 10,000 postcards. That's a no.
It was seconded by Ms. Avery. This will be a roll call vote because it's over our threshold for voice votes. No, I'm stating, I was letting her know that it's a roll call vote.
Is there an objection on this?
You objected?
No,
No, I walked in.
I had hesitation till I heard about the
I missed the
300%
hesitation.
return.
Your hesitation was.
I just wanted to make sure that it was worth it, but
Well,
I just
we
did the
have-
math. All I did was math, that once they told me that the return was 300% for Pennsylvania, then the math.
Will we have a way to track what comes from this specific postcard?
Because they're tagged as being mailed to in city, then I can do a search to see who are new members that are also in that smart group.
As an activity.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's exactly how it's getting done, is as an activity. Are you ready?
It's one of the great things about Sydney.
Yeah, so we do have a plan, basically, just to clarify, what,
Yes.
once we get these members, what we're gonna do to get the 3 other contacts.
Yes, I mean, it'll be on the county chairs and the district reps to keep on it, but as long as you're logging into Civi and doing the search, you'll see who the new members are and who the ones are specifically that were from these touches. As well as you can also just see who received the hard touch, who hasn't done anything yet, so you can follow up with them.
Well, we should have an agenda item, say 6 months to report back on the success of this.
Let's do it the first of the year.
Okay.
Let's make it the January 1st meeting.
Hard touch.
How soon is it gonna be mailed out?
PCHT.
I think we'll probably do it right after Thanksgiving. Maybe a little earlier than that, but
Happy holidays.
Yeah. yeah.
And we already, agenda item for a while, just to keep people.
Updated Operation Hard Touch. I think actually we should have an
Operation
agenda.
Hard Touch.
We should have
Operation.
as part of our agenda, we should have hard touches,
Mhm.
which listed on there is hard touch.
Operation
And then
Hard
it's
Touch.
what are we
It's
doing?
on our website. Oh, what is this?
And it'll be what are we doing in the next 30 days
Operation.
to
Who touched
increase our
our
hard
hard
touches? And then
Sounds like some
the
original
previous 30
content.
days, who have we touched hard?
Yes.
Yes. How hard?
How
And
hard?
How hard is that touch? Not very. Not very
I
well.
think, being able to tell people,
Are we
like,
ready to call the roll?
Whatever.
Okay. Madam Secretary, please call the roll.
Do you want me to skip you?
No, I'll-
Okay.
Yes. Yes.
Vice Chair Lucy,
Yes.
say yes. Treasurer Michael.
Yes.
Directors absent, IT Director.
Aye.
Field Director Morgan.
That's a hard yes.
Okay. Director is absent. District 1.
District 1, aye.
District 2.
Yes.
District 3.
Yes.
Let's see, District 4, Dennis.
Yes.
District 5.
Yes.
Warren. District 6 is absent. District 7, Rico.
Oh, yes.
Oh, yes. District 8, Jay.
Yes, but less enthusiastically than some.
Soft. Soft, yes.
There's some more stuff, okay.
It's still hard,
District
yes.
9.
Softer.
Softer. District 9. Greg.
Yes.
We're up here on.
I should point out, if Greg number 2 is here, I think it'd be a lot harder to get some of these today to vote fast.
It'd take a little bit more time. We have more time for discussion. So that
I played
passed.
green today.
Everybody said yes.
There were just 2 absences. Is that right?
I was.
Yes.
No, 3 absences.
Oh, yeah, because Jared, sorry about that. I should be used to that one.
I do.
Does he watch the Zooms?
Who?
Hi, Jared.
He doesn't watch the Zooms.
Or else he would know.
Because if he did, he would know that I have $100 in my pocket waiting for him if he tells me what the code word is, which is Yingling. Don't tell him. Don't tell him. But if he tells me the code word Yingling, I'll give him $100.
He told me I can collect that for him.
Well, he's not
He has to do it during this meeting.
You're not
If I see you messaging him.
He hasn't gone through the pricing process.
Yeah, directors can't
Got that money today.
only district reps. can
Is the
do it.
vote closed?
Yes, the vote is closed.
Are we on to the next item?
We're on to the next item. Digital mobile ads. This is also a request for additional funding. The September thing was actually for 2 months as opposed to 1. So we have a 2-month or $2,000 per month ad spend as part of our budget that we've been working on. I'd like to increase that from now through the convention. I'd like to get $2,000 per month, but I think $1,000 is workable, but I want to expand it out to more counties. That's essentially what it is. We've had about 25 people join as members, but we also grew our membership list in that less than 60-day period by 4,000 people, all targeted to specific issues too.
Our contact list.
Our contact list. Did I say member list?
Yes.
Our contact list by
And
4,000
those are
people.
part of the 10,000.
Yes, yes, they are.
Is there a financial return that's been noticeable?
25 new members, so that's not really, this is also, this is not a hard touch, this is a soft touch. But this is one of 7 soft touches, but it's a very tailored, targeted soft touch to them.
So we got 4,000 potential hard touches.
Right, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
so this is
This
feeding,
much money for so little touching before.
this is feeding what we just,
Welcome to market.
And actually,
My experience is in a different field.
I do this every day.
I'm sorry?
Please don't explain that.
Yeah.
That's how I'll rely. Give me offline.
After the convention, I want to revisit it and do a separate new budget for the digital marketing and also have a separate one for more traditional forms of marketing. That's something that we actually have a digital ad spend that's not, because this isn't social media, by the way, folks. I know it says that it's digital/social media. This isn't Facebook and Instagram ads. These are mobile ads targeted to people who are going to head shops, gun stores, black churches, tobacco stores. Did I say head shops?
Yeah.
I said head shops.
Which I know what that means now.
Right. Not what you thought. But, you know, I want to expand that. I also want to get input from people about other types of businesses that we can be targeting. I've also I have a database of news outlets to target news outlets.
Yes, good job. Yes.
They're really mischievous about that statement.
Basically.
Sometimes.
So
We're still recording.
I know, nothing I'm saying is unlawful, and anybody else could do it. The data is out there on how to do it. It's real easy to do. Basically, the process, so how you get your film to be reviewed by the Academy Award committee and the Golden Globes and all of that is you make sure that they have seen information about your film. They literally run billboards on the routes that the committee members take to get to work. Today, they do exactly what I'm doing, which is they target them based off of the locations they know they go to for digital mobile ads. You do the same thing with the press. The press sees our ads. They take us a little bit more seriously. They see us as a little bit more viable. After all, they just saw a digital ad for the Libertarian Party. And basically what you're doing is you're putting it, it's called a polygonal geofence around their building. So anybody who comes to that building, and you can set the frequency of saying, anybody who comes to that building more than twice in a 6-day period gets targeted for the ad. So now I'm not just getting the person who ran in there to pay their subscription or to drop off an ad or something like that. I'm getting the people who actually work in the office. Now they see the digital ad. That's a lower tier because that is just branding. I'm not expecting them to click on the link. I'm just wanting them to see libertarians on their right.
Can you set one for government buildings?
Yes, but we ain't got the budget for that. A lot more people go into government buildings.
Okay.
And
you pay by.
There's a lot more like, if the zoning board is held at a different place than where the government center is, I would target the zoning board. And
I'm just thinking about places where there is a disproportionate percentage of voters.
county jail. Oh,
Voters.
Okay, I was thinking
The
that
jail
was-
probably not so-
because the people going into the jail who are going in with new jewelry don't have access to phones, so they wouldn't get served. But people who are going in without the jewelry see the ads. People who work in corrections hate the government. People who have family who are going into corrections hate the government. So that's another one that you can target.
Restaurants,
I'm just
work
looking.
at restaurants, keep the government.
I was just looking to
also a
target
little bit
people who are
higher.
civically
That's gonna
involved.
cost us
Right,
more.
right.
But so, you know, but these are good ideas, and I want you guys thinking about those things. Where are people that we want to target for specific issues? Where do they frequent? Where do they go? Like gun shops, gun ranges, tobacco stores, black churches. Those were the first things that popped into my head. Like, these are people, if they knew that we have had this message since 1972, they would be into that, you know? So yeah, I want to expand it though. I want to take it to more counties and I want to include more areas of interest.
More women,
More what?
more women.
Fair.
I think it would be great to like have an ad like that, you know, showed more of our caring volunteer side and attracted more women to help out.
Make it less with sausage fest.
Yeah.
I was going the
It's a good
other route
point.
with that. I was gonna do the sex work is work and hit up strip clubs.
I mean, that
Okay.
empowers women. I'd take those. Yeah, for sure.
No, actually, yeah, strip clubs.
Yeah.
Strip clubs. for
Yeah,
sure.
yeah. Set up a little geo whatever.
Anybody that
Just
doesn't
call it.
wanna pay taxes on
Yeah.
tips.
Every dollar is your dollar.
Yep.
There's a local strip club.
No, I'm serious. I
Just
pretty much got my entire
You're
restaurant.
not a libertarian, supportive of causes and willing to
Your body,
donate
your
to
dollar.
community
I got
things that
one
she
of
gives
them
a shit
running for
about.
office.
Your body, your dollar.
Thank you. Yeah.
So that's what I want to do with it. But I really want to ramp it up before the state convention. I'd like to get more people interested in local counties, especially the ones that aren't affiliated. And try to ramp that up before the state convention. That's my goal for the next few months with that. So that's my request.
What was it?
For how many
Extra,
months?
how much a month?
2,000.
On top of what you're already spending, which is gonna be a total of 4.
Correct.
I'm not.
Correct.
Oh,
For how many months?
how do you feel about that, Mike?
November, December, January.
Should expire in 4 months.
We have money, but it's going away when we keep spending it.
I've also been raising an awful lot of money.
$8,000.
As Mr. Schultheis mentioned at the training session, we've raised over $100,000. And that's mostly been me. I mean, not to toot my own horn or pat myself on the back here.
Yeah.
But, you know, that's been me going out and getting $5,000 checks, going out and finding other people I can sell the list to, getting people to sign on with projects, going out with the ideas for projects and saying, this is something that you're interested in, we would like to do it, pony up.
Organizations that hate you, but still give you 5,000.
I'm not gonna say what organization it was. Actually went on TV and said, this was years ago, said that I was a known radical agitprop homosexual activist. And then agitprop, it's what they use to describe hardcore Democrats, mostly communists. Agitprop, yeah. It's a thing old people said back in the 70s.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh, that would explain.
so like when a certain,
He's old.
when a certain person called an Italian a mutt,
Yes.
like
yes,
yeah,
yeah.
get really dated in the return.
And then had to hand me a check for $5,000 a couple of weeks ago.
Nice.
It was nice. It was funny. I don't think he knew it was me, but I knew who he was. Michelle's.
I would like to have a little bit more discussion about your spend for the social media.
Yeah. We got time. Let's go.
I know you said you wanted to ramp this up through convention.
Mhm.
Your call to action is going to be basically not just brand awareness, but also for membership.
Yes.
Is that basically the core of what this call to action will be?
Yes.
The membership,
Based off of specific issues.
okay,
So we're targeting on specific issues and asking them to contact and then join.
okay. Membership numbers cut off after December 31st for convention.
Right.
So would you expect this additional fund to carry over for the 3 months in 2022 that it would not be effective for convention numbers?
Just 2 months, January and February.
But it's not
Convention
going to
has a
apply
beginning of
towards
March.
membership at that point.
However, if a county becomes affiliated, officially affiliated, then it does count for them. Because as long as they are affiliated 30 days before the convention, 20 days before the convention, they change, their delegation status changes.
So you can target those unaffiliated counties
Yes.
at that point in the beginning of the year?
Yes.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? So time has expired, we will move to a vote. Yeah. Lucy made the motion. Who seconded it?
I'll second.
Okay, it was Mr. Hirsch.
Exactly.
I don't think anybody else seconded it.
I don't know if we did.
I don't know if we actually made a motion, we just.
No,
discussed it.
nobody made a motion.
I'll make the motion again. I move that we spend the money.
I mean, that's kind of
Basically how she
right.
was-
No, she said that.
Yeah.
The previous one.
Yeah.
So the motion is to increase the marketing budget by $2,000 per month up to the state convention.
Our mine's 16,000.
I have that
Up
specific.
to.
Up
Up
to
to.
16,000.
All right, restate that because I had something completely different.
I move that we up the marketing budget by $2,000 a month until convention.
No, got that.
Not that one. Oh, sorry.
Okay.
Not to exceed.
Because it's
Up
up, the
to.
up to is the one. That's
Increase
up
the
to.
monthly market, because I had it more specific to the
Up to.
digital mobile ads, but you wanted to just run marketing.
Because we don't have it, there's no separate line
Okay,
item. for
just double checking.
utilize.
But
make
increase
sure
the
to-
monthly marketing budget up.
Up to 2,000.
An additional,
Increase by up to 2,000.
not to exceed 4,000 per month. Is that what you meant to in total?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Because
It's
You can
capped at
spend
4,000 a month.
Oh, absolutely. That's why I'm asking this for this, is because I'm seeing the response to it now and realizing we could do a lot more.
I
We
agree.
can expand it to a lot more places.
Since we've not really marketed in the past,
Yes.
I hope this is a great return on your investment.
I do too. It's been going well. I mean, the thing that's hard for people to understand is that this type of thing isn't a monetary return on investment. It's eyeballs and bodies, which is a little different.
It will lead to that.
The soft touches lead to a hard touch that leads to everything else. But these are not people who are in our database. These are not people we've ever talked to before. They don't know us. This is showing them who we are and that we care about the thing that they care about. Does that make sense?
And at the end of the day, the return on the investment, we see it in next November.
Right.
That's the currency that we should be carrying out.
By the time more than actual membership.
Everything's just kind of in service to that.
Yeah.
You want to start? All right, Lucy.
Hi.
Michael.
Aye.
T
Just skip you.
director. I said yes.
So
Morgan.
yep.
Thompson, District 1.
District 1.
District 2. Elizabeth.
Yes.
District 3, Christie.
Yes.
District 4, Dennis.
Yes.
District 5, Lori.
Yes.
District 6 is absent. District 7, Marika.
Yes.
District 8, Jay.
Aye.
District 9, Greg.
Yes.
And back to Evan.
Yes.
So 3 absent.
Okay. So that motion passes with all yeses with 3 absent. Thank you, guys. That is it for the agenda. Oh, wait, sorry. The
Meetings.
Yeah, let's start with that. 10 minutes on that. January, February, March. Let's look at our calendars for January and February. January would be a remote, keeping in order because December 18th is an in-person plus holiday party.
We're doing 1 o'clock on that day. Is that what
Yes,
it's on?
do you remember December 18th? We are doing 1 o'clock here because we have the party after.
December 18th?
December 18th.
Party here as well?
Yes, the party is here.
Is that general public?
So-
only?
The party? No, the party's general public.
Well, is there, when was our old Labor meetings?
It is on the website. It is on the website. It
So Jamie, we don't
is
invite.
11th, it's the 20th.
That's
Do you have somebody to help do the Christmas party,
Holiday party.
holiday party?
I don't think we need.
We don't really because they're gonna cater it
Oh,
here.
okay.
So they cater it, so it's really just, we're gonna have a couple of people speak. I'll speak, we'll probably have Dawn come and speak. I may ask Tim or Sam to come and speak as former chairs. We'll have the local county party will speak as well. But other than that, there's nothing else to do. I was contemplating doing a Secret Santa.
Ooh, a white elephant. Libertarian
Could be a
style.
lot of fun.
The white elephant could be a lot of fun.
Libertarian style.
Why don't we do that? Why
A
don't we
white
do, why don't we do a
porcupine.
white elephant? Because
No,
white
a
elephant-
white porcupine.
The white porcupine.
We don't use
party.
elephants.
Why don't we do a gold porcupine?
Okay.
All right,
yeah.
okay.
Gold porcupine.
Let's just completely wreck it.
Yeah.
So everybody brings a gift under $25. That will be given to somebody randomly. That's not you, but the only way you can be included is if you brought a gift. Does that make sense?
So we're not gonna do the 3-time bid and, because that's the beauty of the white elephant, is that you get to see what somebody
Trade.
brought and then you fight people for it.
Okay, we can do that.
Yeah.
Through 3 rounds of
3
boxing.
rounds.
It seems like too many rules. If you get something you don't like, trade it with somebody.
Okay.
Use market
I
forces.
mean, yeah.
But anyway,
I have my one. I have
that's
6
the
buckets.
December party. So let's keep on track.
Yep.
Because we've got 3
Somebody
meetings to
needs to
schedule.
be on.
So January, remote meeting. Let's throw out some dates and obviously there will be no Super Saturday in January. So we can do it any Saturday.
How about just the 3rd Saturday?
No, not the first.
Tempting.
I was being a smart ass.
How about the second, how about January 8th? 8th,
January 8th.
When's the December one?
the 18th.
Hold on a second.
So 1, 2, 3 weeks. Yeah, sure.
When was it, January?
8th.
I mean,
How about the?
oh, it's remote, isn't it?
I actually would
remote.
be better like farther out in
Yeah.
January myself. I'm
Um,
trying to make a trip.
Okay, how
I
about,
I would move for the 15th.
does the 15th work for everybody?
And that's remote, you said?
Yes, it will be remote.
Maybe robotics.
Okay, so I'm gonna add January 15th,
10:30?
10:30. That's to February. Needs to be, nope, can't be that far.
Well,
Can't be a month?
It's gotta be the 12th because of the convention.
yeah.
Okay.
And is that one in person then?
That one's in person.
February 12th.
Yep.
Be a Valentine's Day.
Ooh, yeah. I'll bring goodies.
Just chocolate.
You okay with that, Greg?
Well, that, very well.
Yeah, okay. March,
At 10:30.
this would be post-convention.
We already have one box.
Obviously, 6.
What I was saying was, instead of just doing the one on the 6th, I think we should do a post-convention one, since it's at the very beginning of March, we should have another meeting in March, but we have to have notice for it already. We have to have already had it scheduled, so we couldn't schedule it at the March 6th meeting. So I figured we just schedule it now.
For what purpose? To do 2 meetings?
It's not too
Just
early
to
in
do-
the month.
It's just too early in the month. The stuff that's gonna, the post-convention meeting is gonna deal a lot with the convention and candidates. It'll be good for us to have a second meeting in that month, since it's the first Saturday is the convention.
Maybe the
As a virtual?
26th.
It would be remote.
Did we say date?
I'm thinking the 19th. March 19th.
Probably the 26th might be better, because it's a little further out.
Yeah, I think the 26th.
Okay. The rest of the schedule will set at the SCC meeting, the post-convention meeting on the 6th.
26th is remote?
Yes. And then for everybody who does get reelected as your district rep, please, when you come to the March 6th meeting, be ready to schedule the rest of the year.
Can you go over how the district reps are elected?
Let's do that at the end, but yeah, we can do that. So I'm going to move that we add to our schedule SCC meetings, remote for January 15th at 10:30 at the Antelope Club, or excuse me, remote on Zoom.
I'm sorry, say that again.
January 15th, 10:30 a.m. remote.
Okay.
February 12th in person at the Antelope Club at 10:30. And remote March 26th at 10:30. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Ray. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those
Aye.
opposed say nay. Okay. it
Can we do
passes.
this one last time?
January 15th. Remote, 10:30. February 12th, in person, Antelope Club, 10:30. March 26th, remote, 10:30. And these will be added to the website tonight.
Might I also suggest that any newly elected district reps that will be, elected at the convention know that there's a meeting directly after the 94 Society breakfast. It's very beneficial. They might not fall asleep on it, on the Zoom call. Because they maybe wouldn't go so hard the night before, had they known that all they had to do was breakfast.
That's how it works. I'll leave it that way.
Also, the Christmas party, if it's open to general public, do you have a limit on how many can attend? Like,
Not
food
yet,
and everything?
not yet.
And then advertising for that, we probably have to start, November because of the holiday season.
Training, someone said 30 to 60 days. So the sooner the better.
60 days and more, actually. If you want 60 days in advance notice to plan it. If you have something in 3 weeks, you'd be like, I might already have.
60 days. So
There, it is
that would
gonna,
have
it
to
is gonna
happen
be
now.
free. We will send out, that's one of the next things to go out statewide is information about the holiday party.
Will someone create a Facebook event for that?
Yeah, and it'll be on the Facebook reality. It'll also be on the it'll also be on the website, but it'll be a registered event. While it'll be free, you will be required to register in advance. Unless we wanted to charge like $5 to make sure people come.
I would be
I-
open to that, only because it
Yeah.
would help offset the cost.
Yeah.
And if they're gonna be providing a place.
Yeah.
And any kind of like decorations that might be nice too.
It's off the agenda. Well, no, because we're still talking about the schedule, so so we can talk about the holiday party. I would accept the motion to require a $5 ticket for the holiday party, if such a motion was moved.
So moved.
Second.
Motion was moved by Lori Shillings and
There's no such
seconded
thing
by
as a
Christie
free
Everett.
Nope. Not even Christmas lunch.
Some meetings have been.
Yes.
Oh, we are, wow.
Okay.
$5 fee with SCC members.
As
exempts.
one-time proxy, I'll accept that for you.
You have to be the SCC member at the time of the meeting.
Or you could make a donation out of the goodness of your heart.
I could, you're right.
I was like, show your hand.
Make sure the motion reflects reality. That's all.
I should tell you, my middle name may or may not be Ed User.
Okay, is there any other actual discussion on the motion to add a $5 ticket price to the holiday party? Hearing none.
Actually, good question. So the $5, is that money directed toward anything in particular or just
To help pay.
Slush
for the
fund.
food event.
bucket fundraising?
Yeah.
Never do it for fun.
Yeah,
We're selling tickets, man.
I mean, so to be like, we sold tickets to the fall kickoff for $10 and we sold 3 sponsorships. The first sponsorship was actually just Marion County, which actually almost all of that was used to pay for all the food for it. And then James Siniak and Will Henry both also, James was like, hey, they're sponsoring, I want my name on the event too. So I was like, cool, don't pay what they paid. And he said, okay, but then I had to offer it to Will Henry as well. So he also did it. So it was like $900 plus everybody who was there paid $10.
And people who weren't there paid $10.
And there were people who didn't come that paid $10 in advance. So,
I'm cool.
okay, any other questions, comments? Okay, move to a vote. We'll do just a voice vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Okay, so there's a $10 fee, $5 fee added. Whew! $5 fee.
Is your middle name? Madam Secretary, we have that recorded as $5.
I have it as far.
Okay.
$5 fee to the holiday.
Don't let him fudge it.
We voted on 5.
However, that does mean, just so everybody is aware, that does mean we're going to need a volunteer or two to check people in.
Can we make it like an
volunteer.
Eventbrite list, or are you gonna do it directly?
No,
I'll
we'll
be
do it
the
on our-
bouncer.
on our
I'll
page.
help you. if you need
Okay,
help.
Yeah.
excellent.
Back up.
Do we want to do some sort of like fundraiser within the party too?
Okay,
No.
you guys talk about that offline.
Yeah.
Let's move on to CRM. We've got 15 minutes on that. Christy, this was your item that you asked to have added.
Okay, when I'm looking through stuff, what the hell do you do with the dashlets? What do those do? I can't figure out. It's like, it looks like you're supposed to drag them over to something
Below.
below.
You drag them down and then let go of it, and then it will load all of that data that's there just for your district.
You're probably gonna work there.
Yeah. It's basically,
The instructions are very confusing.
I just want to host regional.
Just-
for
just
like a-
click on it and hold, don't let go. Click your button and hold and drag it down.
It doesn't, it says left and right. It doesn't say
I
down.
know, it's stupid. It's stupid.
So I'm over there trying to. It's like, what the
Okay,
hell?
oh wait, hold on a second, hold on. There's two different dashboards. There's the dashboard when you first log in. Then when you click on the City CRM button, that's where all the dashboards are, right? Okay. That's the screen where you drag down. I know on the dashboard when you first log in, says drag things here and there, that doesn't work. You can't actually do that.
Oh, my lord.
So when you click on City, and it says you have 13 dashlets available, you expand that, look at what you want. Click and hold on the report you want and drag it down outside of that big box. Then let go of it and it will stick and it will load.
Is there, but I mean, the area you drag it to, does it actually look different? Like
Yes.
there's a break between?
Yes, there's a small break. That's because you're blind.
I think something actually shows up as an area to drag it into. You
Yeah.
get a box and you drag it into the box
Yeah.
below.
I
It's not there
have-
until you start dragging.
There's a person in Allen County who is an LPIN member
Yes.
from 2016. He's an LPIN member too with.
No,
Why
not
does he show
necessarily.
up? He just
So
shows-
is he showing up as a contact?
I thought he was showing up as a member.
We'll go offline and look at that so I can look it up on the computer and you can tell me exactly who it is.
Okay.
So here is the other thing. If we've had communication with somebody, if they have come to one of our events, like they came to our state convention, or they donated to us, or they did anything, they are in our system as a contact.
But it would say how, like when they donated or something.
Right, yeah, in their profile.
Yeah, this guy's. completely confused.
Well, he also, people who have lived here in the past, so there's a weird thing where.
He
if
lives here now, I think.
So that's why he's in our system. He's in our system, but he was probably a party member in Illinois.
But I think it's coming up when I'm searching for members.
Shouldn't.
Okay. And then when you're on like a county page and it says relationship, is that contacts in that county
Yes,
plus members?
plus members. And that, here's also something interesting. If somebody says to you that they are a member, but they're not showing up in your list, okay? You, unfortunately, districts and counties can only see people who have the relationship resident of, and in that county. Sometimes when people screw up their address when they sign up, or if was a glitch the moment they signed up, which has happened, it doesn't append the county to the relationship.
Okay.
Sometimes that happens. You're not going to actually see that because all you see are people who have the county relationship. In that event, you would send their name and as much information as you can to Chuck in an email at tech@lpin.org. He will look them up, and if he sees it, he can fix the relationship.
And then what is the easiest way to see your current county members? I think Danny kind of went over that, but I clicked all the different types of memberships and I got this list, and then everybody was in there multiple times depending on what kind of relationship they had. Membership.
So,
Like
do you
you
want
said
to,
something about quick contacts at the top.
right, so are you asking as a district rep or a county?
As a district rep, but I was looking for a county only
Okay.
members.
I'm gonna walk you through that step by step, and I do it without doing it in front of my computer.
Wow.
Upper bar, when you're on, so you first signed in, click Civic CRM. Top menu bar, search, highlight it, don't click on it. Drop down menu, advanced search. In advanced search, first option, left corner, should say contacts, not membership. It should always reset to contacts, but if it's not, just look at it, it's contacts.
So it does need to be on contact.
Yes.
That gets rid of the duplicates.
Skip down to section 3. Section 2 has a thing that says and or, and then search. Skip that box. Go down to the third field area. Far right-hand side of the screen. Contact type. Drop down that, select individual. Scroll down to the area for address. In that area, you're going to want to select state of Indiana
I've done that.
and the county. Now go down to memberships. The memberships area. In there, a membership type,
Each type it.
every type that's in there, select it individually. Right across from that, on the right side of the screen, is membership status, I think, is the name of it. It's a drop down. In that, you want to select active and new, because new is different from active. And if you only search for one or the other, you'll only see some members.
What's the difference?
Active means older than 30 days, new means within the last 30
Okay,
days.
because I did see a discrepancy between all those new people of Wells
Yeah.
County, because they weren't coming up, but then they're at.
You have to select active and new. Don't select anything else in that membership area. Okay. Then search. And that will show you individual people who are a member of the state party in that county.
Yeah, I think it's the contacts thing was messing me up, because it's like when you're searching for members, why wouldn't you click members?
Right. Well, so when you're searching, if you're searching for contacts, you're searching for people who are members. If you were searching for memberships, like here I did there are 611 unique memberships.
Okay.
So you show up on that list of 603 3 times.
50 times. How long does it take before LPIN lifetime shows up, or does that?
It already does. You're already in there.
Okay, because I didn't see it say lifetime on there.
It should have for you.
Let me see what it said for me. LP Platinum.
Well,
Does
that's
that mean
different.
lifetime?
No. It
We
said,
do it
it said
for-
lifetime for me.
I don't know if I wrote Morgan on here.
When was it? When did you do this? Just a couple days ago?
Yeah, Morgan said LP Platinum too, and he became a lifetime member before I did.
That's interesting.
This is
I'll
just
look
a
at
few
that and
days
check
ago.
into it.
Yeah,
I know in the data dump, that because I still get the data dump from National, everybody who was lifetime as of Colorado was in there. Because I noticed you too, as a matter of fact. But that's interesting. I'll ask why it's not like that in city. I'll check on it and see.
how many different levels of LP membership are there? Oh my God.
Annual, triple, 1994 monthly,
No,
1994
LP.
annual.
I got
Oh,
platinum,
LP,
Bronze, basic,
basic.
premium.
Torch, lifetime. I think that's it. The Torch Club is anybody who's given $2,000 since the last convention. That's national. So if you give $1,000 a year, you're in the Torch Club. which gets you a special reception, opening night, and a ribbon for your ribbon collection on your badge. Any other questions?
No.
This is all you, Kristen.
How many other people are actively using Civi and, I mean, what kind of challenges or helpfulness are you finding with it? I guess I'd like to know what other people's experience with it are.
I haven't yet, but I just did the training with Evan on Tuesday. It's gonna be really valuable. We have 47 potential members that we can reach with email blasts, like 50 at a time.
You can't, yeah, you can't send emails.
Would anybody be interested in an in-person
So if I take it,
CRM training?
I'll be able to get it.
Like, I just feel like
I think we kind of got it.
you spend so much time individually answering the same questions over and over again, I'm sure.
Well, I don't want to do it in person,
No?
like a physical meeting, because that's a lot of shit that I have to drag around, and I like everybody
Like
being on
another
their
Zoom
computer.
meeting?
But I actually plan, what I'm going to do with the county chairs is I'm going to say, here are the dates for the CRM training. Because you have to do the basic training before I will grant you access. Then we're going to do more advanced training.
So if we could just get that out to everybody that
All the
would
chairs that
feasibly need it.
newly affiliated.
What I would ask is this: I am a horrible barometer for when to do things. As in what time to schedule stuff for, because my life is actually 24/6 LP. I try not to do things on Sunday, but you sons of biscuits won't let me have Sundays off. When do you guys think it should be scheduled?
Winter.
No, that's not what I mean. What day, what time of day?
I
What
don't
day
know
of
what
the week?
everybody's schedules are. My schedule is pretty open like that too, but.
Well, I don't know, like,
I mean, you're real people. And, you know, so you guys know the actual cost of milk. I don't.
I don't buy milk.
I'd say like weeknight, 7 p.m.
Yeah, it's like 6 or 7.
I think 6 is like too early just because people aren't where they need to be at that time. Yeah.
I go to a lot of meetings, it seems like Monday may be the best day, because people don't tend to have things planned on Monday nights.
A lot of people don't want to be,
Monday at 7.
a lot of people don't want to be active on Monday nights because they're, you know, recovering from the weekend.
Yes, they don't have anything else that they're gonna use as an
No,
excuse.
I would think like
So we're recovering from Monday.
a Tuesday or Thursday at
What if
7
I did this? What if we set up a Tuesday at 7 o'clock, me and Chuck have an open invitation via Zoom for CRM support from 7 to 8.
Okay, make them register for that shit.
To get access, you first have to already be in the
Okay.
CRM, which means you had to go through the basic CRM training.
So where's the basic CRM?
We'll do one, I don't like doing those as a large group of more than 4 people because I want to make sure, I want them to share their screen so that I can see them do the thing. That's not going to be conducive in a group of 32 people.
And did you say you wanted like all county party officers to be
Yes.
able to access
Yeah.
it?
By November.
So what I'd like to, by the end of November, what I'd like to do is have a couple of counties at one time doing the basic training so that I can see the treasurer and the chair share their screen, and show me that they know how to do it.
You can start with District 2. I'll let you do that.
But would you be okay with the Tuesdays at 7, from 7 to 8?
Yes.
What time do they normally do the IT directors meetings for national? Because that's also always on Tuesdays. Is it at 8 o'clock?
I've missed the last couple, so.
I know.
I feel like you probably didn't know, he's just always quick to say that.
No, I do, because I go to them all.
He's the star of them all.
We're way over time. It's 15 minutes.
No, we're not overtime.
Ooh.
We have a minute and a half.
Suck it, Mr. Solomon.
Could still move on to announcements and other conversations afterwards for those that would be interesting.
So let's do this. I'm gonna come up with a schedule for doing, we'll do groups of counties together and get the county officers involved. those will be separate, but if you are already an active, which we can actually send emails to people who are just active CRM users, we can set up a thing where we do a 7 to 8 on Tuesday troubleshooting. So that's where you can come in and be like, hey, I'm trying to do this, but I don't know how. I'm trying to send this email, but I don't know how. Remember, by the way, district leaders, county chairs cannot send a mass mail to more than 50 people. Anything that needs to go out county-wide to all of the contacts have to go through the region. Region rep, and now region reps can.
I'm not locked to 50?
No, not anymore. Yes.
It was my understanding that you could schedule something and then you could put additional users or receivers to that. It would defeat the 50-person limit if you scheduled it out rather than immediate send. Is that accurate?
No.
Okay.
So counties can't schedule. They can only do the send now feature.
I misunderstood that
Right.
statement at training,
Right.
sorry.
So that's why, like, I could show, you guys are seeing what I can see.
Yeah.
And what I can see is I can do a schedule, which I can actually do I mean, as soon as a schedule I can do submit now.
Yeah.
And so that schedule allows me to send it to our entire database.
Okay.
The 50 only at a time, that's a send now, and that's the only thing that the counties have access to.
Thank you.
Any other things on CRM? Yes, sir.
It's time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Move to extend by, I'm just kidding.
Second.
Any announcements?
I had a quick one though.
Hold on.
Chuck, I think you
Mr.
were
Pullen
first.
had his hand.
No, go ahead. No, you were.
Okay. It's technically for everybody, but specifically for yourself, Ms. Hayford. There was a new documentary that came out earlier this year from the Free to Choose Network, Corporate Welfare, Where's the Outrage? Highly recommend. One of the sections of the documentary is about agriculture subsidies. And where else are they going to come highlight shitty agriculture subsidies than right here in Indiana? And they really like put a human element on it. Looked at a few farms up in your district, Christy. And then they also looked at some stuff in Gary, which I believe falls under you.
What was that called?
Corporate welfare, where's the outrage?
Do you know where that was? Was it like on a streaming platform?
It's on YouTube for free.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, Free to Choose Network's really good about that. So each of those human faces is somebody that got screwed over by government. And as we have talked about previously today, those are perfect people that, you know.
Well, thank you, because I do radio and it reaches Gary, and I'd like to find those people. And
Yeah, there's a guy, I think he's a pastor. He has like a little community garden in Gary. Yeah, so I mean, I see allies everywhere. So I thought, you know, you two in particular would be interesting.
Thank you, Mr. Shulman. Mr. Pollitt?
No. Lucy, this is mainly geared towards you, but this is open for everybody.
Oh, what did I do wrong now?
Nothing. Well, Margaret Mengi is planning an event in Greenwood.
Oh, she's a gem. Love Margaret. Yeah.
She says the same about you. She is planning a vaccine mandate, vaccine injury symposium on November 2nd at the Greenwood Library.
I will be there.
He's asked me to participate, and I thought you would be interested in coming as well. I want to make sure we had some representation. I thought of you first, and obviously anybody else. So it's 6 to 8 p.m. at the Greenwood Library.
Thank you. I'll add that to my calendar.
And we'll also be streaming that to YouTube. That's why she invited me. So we'll be streaming as long as they don't kick us off. And then once they kick us off, we'll post it somewhere else. So that was my announcement.
Fantastic. I have an announcement. I would like to announce Dr. Jo Jorgensen. She would like to be recognized by the group and say a few words.
Absolutely.
Oh, I just wanted to thank you so much for your hospitality, for letting me in. For those of you who don't know, I grew up in Illinois, so I am a Midwesterner. And speaking of Illinois, I heard you guys talking about, see you guys, it's still there. I heard you guys talking about, you know, what you're doing compared to Illinois. And I just want you to know, if you haven't seen it yet, I'll work with Evan to make sure that he gets it. But Dr. Dave did a map of the United States and where the votes came for the 2020 election. And Indiana lights up like a Christmas tree in the middle of the country. And I can now see why after sitting in on your meeting. So I want to thank Evan and thank all of you for your hard work. I mean, now I understand why Indiana lights up like a Christmas tree. So thanks so much.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank you.
A round of applause. She just sat through.
She sat through the
Let's
I guess there's another round of applause.
When I first invited her to talk about coming to this, I just said she just, just for a couple minutes. So, but she's a trooper. She just spent the whole time on there. Are there any announcements from Michelle or Dennis?
Nothing from
I
me.
just want to say, well, you go for whoever. Want to go first, Dennis?
I think he
I
said.
was just saying there was nothing from, yeah, I didn't have anything, so
Okay.
go for it.
Well, I do want to recognize that Dennis is going to be one of our contributors to our edition, which he put in chat, which is awesome too. I just want to say thank you so much to you guys. I'm so honored and privileged. The Libertarian Party, after speaking with Dennis or with Evan for a couple of hours, I looked into it. This is what our country needs. And I'm being very, very sincere. I've got chills right now in what's happening with our country, and the divide that shouldn't be there at all anyway, because we cover, like I said, both the freedom aspect, freedom of choice. I'm not against vaccines, but if you don't want one, how dare anyone try to force you or your children to take one when we don't even know what's in it. I'll be honest. And we don't know what's in it. If you don't know what's in it, how are you going to know whether you can react to it? And vaccine companies right now are indemnified from anything. So again, I'm not against it, but what's happening with our country right now is absolutely abominable. And but secondly, I'm just so happy to find a party that puts America first without being Republican. So there you go. Thank you so much for allowing me to be part of your wonderful party. That's
all right. Any other announcements? Okay, I would accept a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say
Aye.
Aye. Can't second your own motion.
He moved it, I seconded it.
Yeah, I had.
That's how you got it.
Yeah.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, nay. We're adjourned.
Thank you for a wonderful meeting, everyone.
I love that until my next meeting.
Thank you, everybody, for staying with us. Appreciate it. Have a good day, everybody.
You too.
Bye.
Hey, Joe, before you go, what is the best way to contact